Emergency Program Act, Ministerial Order M192. And as such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone. Please note that if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during any portion of the hearing, we will need to recess the meeting until the connection is restored. But I'm sorry, we will have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process, and that contact information has been circulated to you. To ensure quorum is maintained throughout the meeting, please do let the clerk know if you are leaving the meeting for any reason. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Members of the public can also listen to the proceedings via the live stream and the YouTube link, which will be tweeted out by @VanCityClerk. Lastly, following guidance issued on January 7th, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the Provincial Health Officer Order on Gatherings and Events. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to council will be doing so by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching speakers through. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart is delayed due to civic business. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young is in the chair. The meeting has quorum. Chair Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and we thank them for having care for this land since time immemorial and look forward to working together with them in partnership as we continue to build our great city together. I also do want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. So before we begin, I have some housekeeping announcements. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments, and they should limit the comments to the merits of the report under consideration. Speakers should also state whether they're in support or opposition of the recommendations, and if they are a resident of Vancouver. Speakers may only speak once. They can follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so you don't miss your turn to speak. And any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing to the online web form at vancouver.ca/public-hearing-comments. That link will also be tweeted out. Speakers who are pre-registered with presentations are reminded the public live feed has a slight 20-second delay. And to help navigate through your slides, if you do have one, please say next and staff will assist you. Finally, if council does not conclude hearing from all speakers this evening, we will recess and reconvene this meeting on Thursday, January 28th at 6 p.m. And a reminder to everybody that council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means that council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or the heritage designation before us. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of speakers. After hearing from speakers, council may either approve in principle the application, 2, refuse the application, or lastly, defer the application for further consideration. All items on this evening's public hearing agenda are initiated by staff, and as such, we don't have any external applicants tonight this evening, council. So our first item on our agenda is Employment Lands and Economy Review Quick Start Actions, Mount Pleasant I-1 Amendment, a new I-1C district schedule. At this time, does any member of council wish to declare a conflict of interest on item 1? Okay, hearing none. Clerk, could you please read the application and summary of correspondence received?
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the Zoning and Development Bylaw to add healthcare office as a conditionally permitted use in the I-1 district and to create a new I-1C district for future rezoning of sites along the south side of 2nd Avenue between Yukon and Quebec Streets within the Mount Pleasant Industrial Area. permitting employment-intensive light industrial uses and limited retail uses on the lower floors with compatible office and service uses above to a maximum FSR of 6.0. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 6 pieces of correspondence in support, 4 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 5 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 3 p.m. today.
Thank you very much. Now we do have, Council, because we do have 3 speakers slated for this item, I'm going to suggest that we do hear this presentation as per our normal practice. I understand that we have Hale Jones Cox, Planner of Special Project Urban Design and Sustainability on the phone to present the application. So staff, are you ready to go?
Yes, can you just confirm me that you can hear me?
We can, thank you.
Excellent, and you're able to see the slides on screen?
We can.
Excellent, okay, thank you very much. Well, good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Hale Jones Cox, and I am the planner with the Broadway planning team that are bringing forward this item to you today regarding the Employment, Lands and Economy Review Quick Start Actions. The first of the 4 agenda items regarding the Mount Pleasant I-1 amendment and that new one I-1C district schedule. So firstly, I'm going to present a brief reminder of the background and learnings of the Employment, Lands and Economy Review, set the stage for the 5 quick start actions that are actually being brought forward to you today in these 4 separate agenda items. And then we're going to get specifically into 2 of these actions which apply to the Mount Pleasant industrial area. Just a reminder, the Mount Pleasant industrial area is bounded by 2nd Avenue to the north, Broadway to the south, Cambie to the west, and Main Street generally to the east. So the first quick start action is regarding healthcare office in the I-1 area. And the second is to introduce a new I-1C district schedule and rezoning policy and guidelines. And we will generally follow the structure of the report, look at the location and rationale for this, the policy approach, the form of development, have a look at the public benefits, talk a little bit about the public consultation, and then finish with some outcomes and metrics. So first, taking a step back, I wanted to provide a bit of a background that should help, like I said, for all of these public hearing agenda items today. The Employment, Lands and Economy Review, or call it the ELER, was a major research and stakeholder engagement initiative designed to inform the economic foundations of the Vancouver Plan process. On October 22nd, the ELER reported to Council and outlined the draft emerging directions that were identified through phase 2 of the review, which were developed in close collaboration with community stakeholders and industry experts. These directions were generally organized into 2 categories, the first of which were overarching values with respect to diversity, resilience, and equity in the economy. And the second were with regards to land use focused directions for Vancouver's retail commercial areas, industrial areas, offices, and hotels. And then with the onset of COVID-19 in March 2020, the work program for the ELER was also expanded to incorporate emergency response supports for local businesses and economic recovery planning. The expanded ELER project deliverables included 4 ELER quick start actions to respond to immediate needs and opportunities to support businesses, nonprofit organizations, and community well-being. So as mentioned, those emerging directions are going to be providing the economic foundations of the Vancouver Plan, which is targeted to be brought forward again to Council in 2022. While the 4 recommended quick start actions at that time were to remove barriers to new work-only artist studios in industrial areas, to support existing small neighborhood grocery stores, to provide additional flexibility for storefront spaces in the downtown east side, and to intensify the job space along the south side of 2nd Avenue between Yukon and Quebec streets. And although they're worded slightly differently in the report titles, you'll recognize these generally as the items before you today. In addition, Council amended the motion to include one more item at that time, which was to add healthcare office as an approved use in the Mount Pleasant I-1 zone. And as the I-1 and I-1C items pertain to the Mount Pleasant area, they were bundled together into one report and brought them forward. So those 4 quick start reports were brought forward and referred to at the November 24th Council meeting. And that brings us to today. And although they're in a slightly different order, these 4 reports make up the public hearing agenda today. And the remainder of my presentation will speak specifically to the Mount Pleasant items, as I mentioned. I did want to just briefly note that while all of these items are under the same ELER umbrella, each item is separate should Council wish to make a motion to a specific quick start action. So with respect to this presentation and this report, the recommendation before you today is to amend the I-1C district schedule to add healthcare office as a conditional approval use. And secondly, to create a new I-1C district schedule and approve the associated Mount Pleasant employment intensive light industrial rezoning policy and guidelines. So we'll take these one at a time each. So the first quick start is the addition of the healthcare office as a conditionally permitted use in the I-1 district schedule. This amendment was directed by Council in October in response to a request from the development industry who identified Mount Pleasant as an attractive location for medical offices at the relative midpoint between Vancouver General Hospital and the future new St. Paul's Hospital. This amendment is mainly intended for Mount Pleasant, but also introduces this use to one small block of the I-1 at the southwest corner of 6th Avenue and Clerk Drive, as you can see on that map. Further opportunities to modernize land use definitions, increase flexibility in the permitted use, and supports arts and culture in the Mount Pleasant area will be explored further through the Broadway Plan and the ELER work programs. And while this review will take some additional time to undertake, staff are confident that the minor amendment proposed by Council to add healthcare office to the permitted uses will not have any major impacts to the function of these areas. It will be regulated identically to the current policies and guidelines for general office and should have no impacts on form, density, or other considerations. We've also conferred with our transportation colleagues and recognized that there should be no transportation or parking impacts as a result. The second quick start is to introduce new bylaws, policies, and guidelines for the south side of 2nd Avenue between Yukon and Quebec Streets for new industrial and office job space. The quick win impacts 5 blocks with an estimated 9 to 10 future rezoning sites. And despite its limited geographic extent, this area should this action should provide some significant benefits to the area overall. I'll speak further to some of those benefits in a moment, but I really want to just take a moment to pause on this image because I find it very helpful to highlight the opportunity within that yellow area, which is the proposed I-1C rezoning area. This is a real opportunity to provide a better balance along 2nd Avenue and to provide a more appropriate transition between the 1 to 2 story industrial areas of Mount Pleasant and the taller tower and podium form of Southeast False Creek across the street. So in terms of the location and rationale overall, we're looking to encourage redevelopment along the northern edge of Mount Pleasant to balance the streetscape, as I mentioned, to provide a better transition between industrial, commercial, and residential areas, to make 2nd Avenue a great street with improved walkability, wider sidewalks, and more active ground floor uses. There's an opportunity to increase our industrial land use capacity through a new form of modernized stacked light industrial. And there's an opportunity to support much needed new office space in the area, in an area that's well served by Canada Line, Rapid Bus, and as well the future Broadway line. As well, there's an opportunity to deliver infrastructure upgrades and adaptive flood resilient building designs along 2nd Avenue to mitigate some of the existing challenges in the area with respect to the low topographic elevation, sea level rise, and some flooding that happens in that area. The new I-1C district schedule proposes to double the density from 3 FSR, which is currently permitted in the I-1 zone, to 6 FSR in the new district schedule. Through the ELER process, we consulted with Metro Vancouver staff to ensure their support for this approach. The Metro Vancouver industrial land strategy found that industrial lands are under significant pressure and the region is running out of industrial land. So it was advisable to zone for stacked industrial. And in order to ensure that the zoning maintained its industrial designation, applicants will need to demonstrate that a third of the proposed floor area is designed and delivered for industrial uses, for example, production, distribution, and repair uses. This will result in the delivery of new stacked industrial spaces with intensified office above and support up to 3,500 new jobs. In order to deliver this quick start ELER action in a compressed timeline, a simplified rezoning approach was selected for these sites, whereby a new I-1C district schedule has been created. A new rezoning policy has been created through a city-initiated planning process to allow staff to accept developer-initiated rezoning applications from I-1 to I-1C. And the rezoning policy and guidelines also provide design guidance for the DP process. And thirdly, the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy will be amended to allow consideration of these rezonings while the planning process is underway. The simplified rezoning approach differs from a standard rezoning approach in that applicants are not rezoning to a site-specific comprehensive development or CD1 zone, but instead to an established district schedule, in this case, the I1C. And this approach, you may recognize it's similar to the district-to-district rezoning for RM8A townhouse projects. So this approach, we think, has a number of benefits. The form of development is regulated through the new district schedule, which will allow the rezoning process to be streamlined, as building design will be evaluated at the development permit stage. This approach also aims to minimize potential impacts on existing businesses which may already be struggling during COVID-19 pandemic. By requiring landowners to apply for the additional development potential, the intention is to lessen any property assessment impacts. And thirdly, the simplified process ensures that the city can secure necessary utility upgrades through rezoning conditions, reducing the costs and risks of the city. The district schedule and the rezoning policy and guidelines have been written to minimize shadowing on the north sidewalk of 2nd Avenue, where there are active frontages and restaurant patios, while providing flexibility to encourage design creativity in multiple forms. This includes a terraced form, as you see on the left, a more standard tower and podium form in the center, and what we've termed a childcare form, which includes additional outdoor podium space for childcare to operate. Overall, we're generally looking at 6 FSR with a 4-floor podium with the first couple floors dedicated to industrial uses, with 7 to 9 additional floors, with the upper floors being office, up to a maximum overall height of 46.5 meters or about 152.5 feet. This illustration, I think, is just helpful as it shows the potential build out of these 9 to 10 project sites, which we don't imagine is going to be happening immediately, but shows what it might look like over time. I think there's a real good point here is that it illustrates the better balanced streetscape along 2nd Avenue, again, complementing the podium and tower form of Southeast False Creek to the north. In terms of public benefits, economic testing indicated that there's potentially a significant difference in value between leasehold projects and stratified projects, and therefore a 2-rate approach was selected. So for leasehold projects, the commercial linkage target for non-stratified commercial development would be applied, which is currently set at $10.43 a square foot. Applicants will be required to sign a Section 219 non-stratification covenant, and in that case, CACs will be allocated towards affordable housing and childcare in the Metro Core area. This option, as we've mentioned previously, permits a faster processing time through a simplified approach, since no pro forma evaluation will be required and detailed drawings are deferred to the development permit stage. In the case of stratified projects, as we mentioned, early testing indicated that there was a potential higher value generated in these cases. Therefore, a negotiated approach will be required to estimate the additional value that council's enactment of a rezoning would generate above the present land value. Processing would follow the more standard rezoning process and timelines, including reviewing detailed drawings and performance at the rezoning stage. In terms of the other public benefits considerations, DCLs would apply and charged at the mixed employment light industrial rate category, and appendices E and F in the report include amendments to the DCL bylaws to accommodate this new zone. Public art contributions will be required for all rezonings over 100,000 square feet in floor area. And lastly, we just wanted to note that it is really recognized that these new developments will increase demand for workforce supports in the area, especially childcare. Applicants are strongly encouraged to consider delivery of public or private childcare spaces as an amenity for their workers. And this is incentivized by providing a relaxation for floor space area for childcare uses or other amenity spaces up to 10% of the total building area. Otherwise, childcare and other public amenities will be funded through the DCLs and community amenity contributions. Now, I just wanted to take a quick look at the public consultation that has been done and will be done going forward. The Quick Start action builds upon the feedback received through the Employment, Lands and Economy Review, as well as the Broadway Plan public and stakeholder consultation processes. Both of these processes identified the Mount Pleasant industrial area as a key location for intensification and modernization of the city's industrial areas. So the Broadway Plan itself had about 10,000 touch points through 40 events, workshops, meetings, and surveys, and that was all pre-COVID. And the ELER phases 1 and 2 had 7,400 engagement contacts through workshops, surveys, tours, meetings, calls, interviews, and presentations. Unfortunately, the COVID pandemic prohibited us from going out for public consultation specific to this item, but there will be public consultation opportunities through the rezoning and development permit process for I1C projects specifically. So for those I1C projects specifically, staff will bring each rezoning application in this area forward to council for referral to public hearing. If referred by council, each application will include an opportunity for the public and stakeholders to provide feedback and address council at that public hearing. The public will also have opportunities to provide feedback on the design through the development permit process, including an open house at this stage. And these projects may also require consideration at the development permit board, which would be another forum for public impact on the input on the proposed developments. We're still figuring out that downstream processing considerations at this time. In terms of the Broadway plan, the Broadway planning process will continue to review the larger I-1 industrial area and will consider additional opportunities for employment intensification and opportunities to broaden the permitted uses, as well as opportunities to support arts and culture, among other objectives. This is an ongoing process targeted to be completed in 2021 and will have many more opportunities for community engagement. I will note that that does include the emerging directions consultation, which I believe we're currently scheduled for middle February to the end of March of this year coming up. I also want to briefly note that generally the I-1 area is working really well today, and we will be looking to minimize any displacement of existing small businesses as a key consideration of our work going forward. So lastly, a little bit of an update in terms of the anticipated outcomes of metrics of this work. We anticipate that the 9 to 10 rezoning projects in the area could deliver up to over 1 million square feet of new job space over the existing condition today, and nearly 685,000 square feet of additional job space above what is currently under zoned capacity. So this could be about delivering 3,500 new jobs, as well as $7.2 million in public benefits, or possibly more if the developments are stratified. I just want to say thank you, and I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, staff, for that presentation. It was very informative. Are there any questions now, Council, from staff? I see I have 2 councillors on the queue, so I'll advance to Councillor Fry if you want to go ahead and kick us off.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you for that presentation. It's an exciting opportunity. I would want to just highlight that in the report Appendix C, page 11, or sorry, page 9, section 11, it references CAC policy. That link is incorrect. I tried manually typing it in and it didn't work. So just sort of as an FYI. I note that in the public benefit strategy, it doesn't really contemplate public benefits to support arts and cultural spaces as public amenities, which is in our CAC policy. And I know that in particular, that location borders on a pretty vulnerable arts and culture precinct. And I'm wondering if it would be possible within this to contemplate arts and culture as public amenities in the proposed sort of benefit strategy moving forward when it comes to public hearing.
Is that sorry, pardon me, it's Hale Jones Cox here. Is that a question for staff?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So in the report, it highlights public benefits and looks at childcare. And of course, childcare is an important public benefit, but also highlighting that there's a pretty significant and important arts and culture precinct here as well. And I'm wondering if this policy could contemplate additionally public benefits being directed towards arts and culture spaces as public amenities consistent with our CAC policy.
I know that's certainly something that we're looking forward to doing as part of the Broadway plan process. We're really keen on looking at potentially pre-zoning some of the changes going forward, potentially in the I-1 zone, and potentially doing things like density bonus zoning in ways that we can support arts and culture. Just based on the timelines that we had available to bring forward, this is a quick win. That wasn't something that we felt we were able to bring right away. And that's why we leaned back on the established rates, but we could look into it, I suppose.
Okay, so it could be contemplated as we move forward, as we contemplate this larger area, and then on subsequent rezonings, we could actually consider this as an opportunity for public amenities that would benefit the arts and culture precinct.
Yes. Hi, Councillor Fry. It's Kevin McNaney here. We can certainly do that, and we're looking at the I-1 zoning as a whole. We're not contemplating residential live work arts and culture, but we're just work, as you'll see later in our report this evening.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I appreciate that distinction. I wasn't thinking artist live work per se. I was thinking more just arts and culture spaces in general, knowing that that's a fragile asset in that neighborhood. Thanks, Mr. McNaney. I appreciate the clarification.
That's all for you, Councillor Fry?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thanks. Thank you. I had a similar question around arts and culture, and I'm also wondering, I know that as Councillor Fry alluded to, the boundaries overlap a bit or come up against each other. My memory is that there's been discussion of officially recognizing in some way the this area as an arts and culture precinct. Can staff speak to or maybe just remind council where that conversation is at and how that relates to the changes that we're looking at right now?
Hi there, this is Hale Jones-Cox again. Yeah, we had some discussions earlier with our colleagues in ACCS, Arts, Culture and Community Services regarding that. I know they have a motion, there is a motion to extend an arts district. And while it doesn't include this area, we thought it would be interesting to explore that further through the Broadway plan process and look for opportunities to possibly include, arts and culture is obviously a very important piece of the Mount Pleasant I-1 today, and we wanted to extend that. And we're happy to meet with any of the arts and cultural groups in the area, as well as our own staff internally to move that idea forward as well.
Okay, so that conversation is ongoing, and
That's right.
the simplified rezoning pieces here don't preclude that overlap.
That's correct. We see that as an opportunity for the broader I-1 area as opposed to this one very specific strip along the northern edge.
Great. That's great to hear. My other question is, I heard mention of turning that stretch of 2nd Avenue into a great street of some kind. It's magic to my ears everywhere, and I'm wondering what the plan is, or if you can give us a bit more information on what the vision is there.
Thanks, Councillor. This is John Charecki from the Engineering Department. So I think if you go down to 2nd Avenue today, you can see there's a lot of congestion, a lot of challenges with traffic along 2nd Avenue. There are requirements baked into the policy here that would see 2nd Avenue widened to be able to relieve some of that congestion and improve access into both the Mount Pleasant neighborhood as well as the Olympic Village neighborhood. And simultaneous with this, we would be seeing the delivery of substantially widened sidewalks, significantly improved street trees, as well as creating opportunities for green infrastructure and rainwater management within the street right of way.
Okay, can you say more? By widening the street, do you mean adding more lanes for cars, or widening the street for wider sidewalks and trees? What does that
Both of
mean?
those things. Yeah, so right now the intention is to widen the cross section of 2nd to an approximately 7-lane cross section, so 3 lanes of traffic in each direction, with left turn lanes at key intersections, and opportunities for a treed center median potentially as well, where those left turn lanes are not required. And then we'd be widening out to approximately 5.5 meter wide sidewalks, which is sort of the our best standard in terms of wider sidewalks in high density areas. And those would include street trees and significant greening opportunities along the street edges there.
Okay, and the traffic studies, I mean, I know a lot of expertise goes into this beyond me. The traffic studies don't show that adding more lanes there is just going to create traffic elsewhere. I guess I'm surprised to hear that, because my understanding has been that adding more car lanes hasn't been a successful approach in reducing traffic overall.
Yeah, so generally speaking, the additional lanes are the turning lanes, which help to kind of reduce those congestion impacts that we see at key intersections like Manitoba, for example, where there's quite a bit of delay that results from that. There have been reviews of the traffic volumes along 2nd Avenue, and the assessment is that this is a move that's going to help to improve conditions for not just vehicle drivers, but those accessing homes and businesses within the adjacent neighborhoods.
Okay, I appreciate that. Those are all of my questions for now. Thanks for that work.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Hardwick, you are up.
Thank you. When did council give direction to do this work?
Hi there, Hale Jones Cox. So this was brought forward in October as one of the ELER quick start actions at that time.
So who proposed this as a quick start? Where did it come from?
It was through the Broadway plan process and through the ELER public consultation, as well as our stakeholder consultation. We've met with many industry experts, whether it is brokers, commercial brokers, industrial area experts, and through that work, we had heard that this is a real opportunity along Second Avenue to intensify and modernize our industrial spaces and deliver some of those stacked industrial forms that we'd heard are so key to adding to our industrial land base if we're going to move forward under the
Okay.
moving forward.
So we're increasing the FSR, we're doubling it from 3 to 6 in order to get land lift to generate more CACs. Is that really what is behind this?
We're essentially doubling the FSR in order to double the industrial land capacity as well. So by going from 3 to 6 FSR, what's currently permitted is typically we see 1 FSR of industrial with 2 FSR of office above in newer projects. And what we're looking at here is doubling that. So we'd have 2 FSR of industrial with 4 FSR of office above.
Are you not concerned about the loss of industrial land? What you're creating is office space. And have you considered the impact of remote work ultimately on office space demand going forward? I know there's a large scale concern as many industries, including ones that are in this area now, are working remotely and giving up on consolidated office space.
Hi, councillors. Kevin McNaney here. We still see strong demand for office. It's being built across the city, particularly in the tech sector. And we've also worked closely with Metro Vancouver to ensure that we can double the industrial component of the buildings in this site. So we're actually increasing the amount of industrial to meet the demands through the ELER analysis.
What kind of industrial? What industries are you seeing as driving this, and in what orders of magnitude?
It's light industry in the I-1, so it's everything from production, distribution, and repair, but it's also high tech, which is driving a lot of demand in Mount Pleasant, particularly with the new subway going in.
Do you think that this is putting a little bit of the cart against the horse or ahead of the horse in terms of timing on these decisions?
I don't believe so, Councillor. The vacancy rate around Mount Pleasant is less than 1% for office. We have 3.1 million square feet underway downtown for office. We have huge industrial demand, which is below 1% regionally. So I believe that this is meeting the demand.
Well, again, I guess it's how we're defining industrial land, because we have seen a huge decline. We used to work a lot in this area in the film industry, and there were warehouses and available business buildings that could be used for production, as you describe it. I'm concerned that that's going to be sacrificed, and so yeah.
Can I hear you to a
So
question, Councillor Hardwick?
yeah, we're talking about different kinds of industrial use here, and if we're removing real industrial use and replacing it with office space, I want to really fully understand that. Also, you talked about a transition between the north and south sides of the street. What your 3D imaging showed there, that was pretty much the same height and massing as it is on the north side in the residential street. How do you see that as being a transition?
Well, we see it balancing out the street in terms of urban design to make a more complete street and a great street, as Councillor Boyle alluded to earlier. In terms of the transition in industrial, yes, we definitely are seeing a transition in Vancouver. We're not warehousing anymore. We're doing high tech, we're doing high value production. So that'll continue to be the case, we're hearing from the brokers. So they're going to be smaller independent businesses in there who are doing high tech work and high value labor. And that's just the nature of being a big city. Yeah. Well, in addition to industrial. you know, just personally, I had to find a little clip for our blinds, and you couldn't get it at Home Depot, but you could get it in the I-1 district.
And
I'm out
that
of
is
time. Thank you.
That is your time, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Yeah,
You're up.
thank you so much. I'm just going to continue on some of the questioning that was started by my fellow councillors. First, the Great Street idea, 3 lanes in each direction. I just want to confirm that you said that it's not going to be 3 flow-through lanes of traffic, but turning lanes. Is that right? In each direction, east and west?
Sorry if it wasn't clear before, Councillor. So the cross section would be a 7-lane cross section generally. So
7 lane. Okay.
yeah, so 3 lanes each direction, a center left turning lane, and the expectation would be that those curb lanes would be available for parking and loading and other curbside uses and during the off-peak period.
Got it. Okay, yeah, I use that street a lot, so I understand the backup when people are turning to the north while traveling east. It's pretty jammed up. You talked about 5.5 foot wide sidewalks. Is that wide enough to put patios? 5.5 meters, wide enough for patios? There are a number of restaurants and bars and that kind of cafes on the north side. Can you imagine those being accommodated with their patios on those sidewalks?
Thanks for that question, Councillor. I just asked Hale to, if you could put up, there's a slide that shows the cross section of 2nd Avenue as it's currently envisioned that might help to illustrate that.
Absolutely. Just give me one moment.
Generally speaking, when we think about a 5.5 meter wide sidewalk, which is something that we try and achieve downtown wherever we can through new development, that's about 1.5 meters for street trees, a 3 meter wide section for kind of actual walking and pedestrians movement, and then another kind of meter in front of the buildings. It's sort of a transitional zone and spaces where you might find sandwich boards and small sidewalk cafes, things like that. A larger patio, those would be needed to be placed in a very strategic way to be able to ensure that they're not constraining the sidewalks unnecessarily, but it could accommodate that in some locations.
Okay, I'm looking at your diagram. Yeah, I can see that. So one thing about walking and people being attracted to a great street to walk is sunlight. So I'm wondering around the potential of the higher buildings on the south side to actually shadow the north side sidewalks, and whether or not you've taken into consideration those varying forms that you talked about of the buildings, the terracing forms, to minimize the shadowing. Is that the point of it, or how much shadowing do we have shadow studies that can really give us a good example of what might be the problem with those taller buildings on the south side?
Hi, Councillor Carr. It's Kevin McNaney again. We have done that shadow analysis, and at the solstice, there's a brief shadow between about 11 and 12, but that can be shaped by the development permit of the forms that Hale introduced earlier to minimize shadow impact. So
Yeah.
we don't believe there's significant shadow impact based on our analysis.
Okay.
That's actually
Okay.
further down the block to the west as well. Once you get to the west of Columbia Street, as you're on the main straight section of 2nd Avenue, they're actually the whole design of what we put forward with the district schedule and the rezoning policy and guidelines has been designed to minimize shadowing on the north side of the sidewalk. So that's what structured the heights. That's what structured that tiered or terraced approach, is to minimize shadowing.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing more, but maybe as we go through the hearing, we'll hear more about that, or maybe at the end too. In terms of engagement, I noticed that you talked in the beginning about community engagement, stakeholders, and industry experts, around 7,400 contacts. What about the public, the people who live in this area, or just public in general? Was there much of an engagement process through this regarding them and their desires for the Great Street, more walkability, etc.?
During the COVID pandemic, unfortunately, we haven't been able to take this item out specifically for public consultation. We will be going out for the first time in kind of a more virtual format through the Broadway plan process, but that will not be specifically on this item. So we did learn, and we heard from both the industry experts as well as through our public engagement more generally, that this area was an opportunity to just do a better job along Second Avenue and to really kind of balance that streetscape from the north and the south side.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, second. I know it's like it has morphed a lot over the last decade, but yeah, it could stand for improvement. Okay, that's it for my time. Thank you.
You are perfectly on time. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Weave, you're up next.
Yeah, my first question is following up on the public realm strategy for the area. Talks about increasing artist creation, production, and performance and display space. And I'm wondering if could we use that 10% increase that we talked about for childcare to allow developers an incentive to build that space to create affordable production space, recognizing that is one of the public realm needs that are needed in the area.
As it's currently designed and as it's currently written, it says to specifically for childcare or for amenity spaces, imagine for the building. I imagine, like we've kind of mentioned before, that we think that broader approach is something we really want to do through the I-1 area more generally and through the Broadway plan process. But we could, in theory, look at whether or not buildings could provide that kind of community amenity space, and if that counts as community amenity instead of kind of the more building amenity that may be possible.
So if we were to add that into the same context beside childcare as an amendment, that would be possible from standpoint, and staff would be supportive of that.
I think that would be an interesting idea to explore for sure.
Okay. Second one is the medical use space on Clark Street. Was it not a medical use space on Main Street?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So you know the element that's kind of satellite, it's kind of on its own?
Yes, it's the corner of 6th and Clark.
The old Lululemon site.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I thought we're looking at a health center that was at 6th and Main on the current in the Catalyst site.
No, this is at 6th and Clark, and it is kind of a vestige outlying there. But rather than start introducing much more complexity to the I-1 district schedule by adding maps and figures and allowing different things in different locations, we did a little bit of a quick testing and realized that that didn't actually make a particularly big difference to also add it to that one kind of half block location.
Okay. And then I guess the last one is there's been a couple emails talking about the shadowing to the parks and view cones, but it looks like in the report that's something the staff has included as a consideration when developing the guidelines. Is that correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. That was one of our kind of prime considerations as we went through this. So the shadowing that will be created from this new development will have no impact on the park, or I've heard that about East Park as well. There's actually an entire a row of Southeast Falls Creek that would possibly be shadowing that park before this would ever shadow the park, if that makes sense. Okay, and then on the land capture, recognizing that there is a lot of public realm needs, including green space that was reported that's needed in the area, bringing up some of the green infrastructure, plaza space, affordable housing, childcare, and others that we talked about earlier. Did we look at increasing above $10 a square foot, recognizing that's a pretty minimal amount, recognizing the demand currently for industrial in the area? So we did see that the delivery of new job space was a benefit as well, and recognize that this was the kind of the most streamlined approach and the most common approach that we use today and for these commercial areas, and that's why we applied that rate. Which is, it's higher than the rate that was charged for Mount Pixel on the eastern side, but I'm wondering, will that rate be revisited as we look at a larger plan for the neighborhood, recognizing that we might be able to increase and be able to deliver more public amenities, which I think would be a benefit to the landowners as well, recognizing there is some amenity gaps in the area? Absolutely, and the public benefits will be explored further through the Broadway plan process for the Mount Pleasant I-1 or Mount Pleasant generally. But that for this case, for this strip along 2nd Avenue, we employed that the linkage target.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Councillor Reeve. Seeing no other councillors on the queue for questions, we'll now move to hear from the public. We do have 5 registered speakers this evening on this item, Council. And I do want to let the public know that if there are any other speakers who would like to speak to Council, you can call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445# to get on the list before the close of that list this evening. This phone number will also be tweeted out and available on our live stream. And so we'll start with our first speakers tonight. First registered speaker is Mr. Barry Mowat. Do we have Mr. Mowat on the line?
Yes, you do.
Hi, Mr. Mowat. Thanks for signing up to speak to council. You have 5 minutes to make your comments, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I hope you all have a copy of my proposal in front of you that was sent through last evening. It's on the proposal on the Creative Arts and Culture District. So I'll begin with good evening, mayors and councillors. I'm here to speak today in support of council and staff's work on adding new uses and increasing height and density regulations along 2nd Avenue. I apologize for my voice. I believe that these are great first steps to creating additional space along with much needed infrastructure upgrades for the area. However, as an arts and culture advocate and property owner, I'm here to speak about the need for supporting and enhancing cultural spaces and amenities within the and along Alberta Street from 2nd Avenue to 5th Avenue. I've worked and owned property in the area since the early 2000s. And over the past 2 decades, I've observed influx of artists, cultural industries, and creative businesses as they have relocated from Milltown, Gastown, and other areas of the city.
Mr. Mowat, maybe then I think we have a staff member perhaps in the background that may not be muted. Might just ask everybody to check and mute yourself.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I'm sorry. We just had something in the background, I think, that wasn't muted, and it was compromising hearing you. So I apologize for that. Please go ahead.
Should I start over?
We could hear you, and just wanted to do your last couple of sentences. I think we should be okay.
Okay. As an arts and culture advocate and property owner, I'm here to speak about the need for supporting and enhancing cultural spaces and amenities within the and along Alberta Street from 2nd Avenue to 5th Avenue. I have worked and owned property in the area since the early 2000s, and over the past 2 decades, I've observed the influx of artists, cultural industries, and creative businesses as they relocated from Yaletown, Gastown, and other areas of the city that either became too expensive or unable to accommodate the growing of specific needs of groups. This area between Yukon to Columbia and 2nd has developed a unique organic ecosystem of community members with arts and culture organizations playing a leading role in shaping the edgy and vibrant culture of an industrial district. As the area develops, I strongly support and seek council and staff support for ensuring that arts and culture continues to play a leading role in providing this area with a distinct identity and vibrancy that will continue to attract diverse enterprises and individuals. The proposal before you today, which I hope you are able to see, identifies a few quick start action items that would further my vision of creating an arts-centered and arts-friendly, creative, and cultural spine along Alberta Street. This unique district can serve as the cultural gateway for the area and help provide a distinct identity, along with cultural amenities and activities that would attract additional enterprises to expand the existing network of cultural and creative industries in the area. A creative and cultural district would support existing arts and cultural organizations and artists in the area while also creating a more active neighborhood with much needed public and green space. I hope that these are the first steps towards larger conversations on rezoning and land use policies that support arts, culture, and creative industries in the Alberta Street corridor. The city has several arts and culture strategies and plans in motion, including the goal of creating 650,000 square feet of new arts and culture spaces. There are several properties along Alberta Street that are currently used by artists and arts organizations that can be expanded through incentive-based zoning policies to fund additional spaces. Beaumont Studios currently houses 90 such creative beings and the Vancouver Biennale provides international residency facilities for collaborative exchanges. We, as the Biennale, and I, as the property owner at the junction of 2nd, 3rd, and Alberta, welcome the opportunity to play a role in the creative redevelopment of artist workspaces and housing for arts organizations and commercial not-for-profit exhibition galleries, childcare, and public green spaces that engenders and supports people gathering. The Biennale's mandate has always been about art as a catalyst for connecting people with public spaces and creating neighborhoods where communities can thrive. Alberta Street, between 2nd and 5th, houses 7 100-year-old houses, which once were a vibrant neighborhood. In summary, I ask and urge Council to consider prioritizing the creation of a protected green space and rain garden where 2nd meets 3rd and Alberta Street. In doing so, creating a gateway to this new cultural district along with funding to support artistic programming and cultural spaces from the $7.2 million in development cost levies and community amenity contributions raised from redevelopment in the area. The proposal before you identifies the proposed green space and arts and culture spine along Alberta Avenue. It also provides a...
Mr. Mott, I just wanted to let you know that you're close to time, so if you could conclude your remarks, that would be great.
2 lines. The proposed before you identifies the proposed green space and arts and culture spine along Alberta Avenue. I look to your guidance to determine which planning group staff would be most and best resourced to collaborate with exploring the feasibility of these initiatives. I thank you greatly for your ears and your years of continued support of arts and culture community.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mott. I don't see any questions for you, but I do appreciate you taking the time to speak to Council and for your continued advocacy for arts and culture. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is speaker number 2 is Mr. Cameron Thorne. And do we have Mr. Thorne on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, you have 5 minutes
Hello?
to address Council. Yes, can you hear us?
Great. Yes,
Great.
thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Cameron Thorne. I'm Vice President of Development with Strand. I am a resident of the City of Vancouver. Particular to this issue, we own property at 360 West 2nd, which is at 2nd in Alberta. And I'd like to talk to you, obviously, about the I-1C district schedule. We sent in correspondence to Mayor and Council last November, so I'm speaking further to that correspondence, and I'm speaking in general support of the recommendations to create this new zone. I'd like to summarize a couple of points from our letter and also request that Council consider providing 2 additional directions to staff. To begin, I'd like to express our appreciation for the work that staff have undertaken to date on the Employment, Lands and Economy Review, particularly this quick start action number 4 relating to the intensification of job space along the south side of 2nd Avenue. As a property owner and developer within this proposed new district, we support the aim to intensify much needed job space in this key location that sits just meters away from rapid transit. Moreover, we agree with staff's view that the built forms permitted in this new I-1C district will better balance the streetscape between the taller residential buildings in southeast False Creek to the north with the Mount Pleasant area to the south. One of the key benefits of this district is the opportunity to introduce much-needed new employment space and a new form of modernized stacked light industrial with intensified job space, office space above. That said, we believe there's an opportunity to further strengthen the proposed policy by addressing some of the challenges associated with delivering viable, modernized, stacked light industrial space. The report that was presented, was, I guess, dated October the 15th of 2020, the Employment, Lands and Economy Review, outlined 4 emerging directions for industrial uses. One of those was to enable balanced industrial intensification through modernized zoning to encourage multi-story industrial. And the second was to facilitate the right users in the right spaces and consider increased flexibility in industrial uses. As you're likely aware, global trends in e-commerce, media production, and the creative industries have altered the way that light industrial and manufacturing businesses operate. As such, it's vitally important that permitted industrial uses in this new district be modernized to ensure the long-term viability of this important employment area. I would also suggest that the central urban character of this location, of this district as it is along Second Avenue makes it perhaps a very appropriate location for a more flexible definition of industrial uses. As such, we would respectfully request that Council consider providing 2 additional directions to staff. One being that Council direct staff to include the creation and production of digital products as an industrial use rather than an office use. And secondly, that Council direct staff to investigate a simplified definition of creative products manufacturing that would result in businesses such as software and gaming companies being classified as creative products manufacturing and be considered as an industrial use within this district. In closing, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry,
You are.
I'm out of time.
Yes. I know.
Okay. Well, it does. In closing, thank you for your time, and that's it.
You do have a question from Councillor Carr, though, so I will.
Okay. Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Carr to ask her questions now. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am interested in you continuing as you were in the middle of a thought around what you suggest as adding in terms of directions. So I got, anyway, why don't you just be clear what are the directions that you want? One was creative product manufacturing, but I think you were going to elaborate a bit more on it, and I'd appreciate that information.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Really, we're just suggesting a more simplified definition of creative product manufacturing that would result in businesses such as software and gaming companies be classified as creative products and be permitted as an industrial use within this district. You know, one of the interesting things is when I was speaking to staff recently on this, and just to give you an example, production rehearsal studio, that if you're doing work for TV, you could do it in this zone. But if you're doing a production rehearsal for video games, it wouldn't be permitted. And it does seem a bit odd. And I know staff is working to update some of these definitions, but it's really an issue of timing. And so we're just suggesting that some of these be given the timing of updating some of or creating some more flexible definitions be made a priority.
Yeah, I wonder if you wouldn't mind for me repeating your first direction. Your second was to add creative product manufacturing as an industrial use, and now I gather it's also to simplify the actual definition of creative products. What was that? What was the first one you mentioned? I'm sorry.
Sure. Yes. The first one was that Council direct staff to include the creation and production of digital products as an industrial use rather than an office use.
Got it. Thank you. That's great.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, I just want to apologize to the speaker. I was crossing notes with the clerk that said, and I saw one that said the time was up, but I actually cut you off inadvertently early. So if you did want to take another minute to finish your thought on
thank you, Clerk. The only thing I would just add in closing is that we would also suggest that more flexibility in industrial uses will create more vibrancy in the neighborhood and will help further to activate West Second as a great street, which I think is obviously a priority that we heard from other councillors this evening. So I think they're aligned here.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming to speak to council. You don't have any further questions at this point. Oh, you do. Councillor Weave just jumped on the queue, so Councillor Weave, go ahead, please.
Yeah, there's been some conversations today about a density bonus opportunity for arts and culture space, as well as you heard the speaker before you talk about creating a arts and culture spine. I'm just wondering, as a developer and property owner, does that interest you? And what do you think about the component of being part of creating an arts and culture spine?
Well, I mean, that's a good question, and I guess we'd have to reflect on it before I give you a definitive answer. That being said, as an organization, we are very supportive of arts and cultural organizations across the city, and and certainly in other projects that we are bringing forward to staff for consideration, we're looking at opportunities where we can provide some cultural spaces within those projects. So I think philosophically, those are things that resonate with us.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Reeve. And that is all the questions for you. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to council. Okay, we now have speaker number 3, Mr. Dwayne Drawbert. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If not, please say it for me. Mr. Drawbert, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you. And good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dwayne Drobot. I'm the Senior Development Manager with ConWest. We are pleased to support the proposed bylaw amendment to the I-1 zoning district to include the additional use of healthcare office. We also like to acknowledge the efforts of staff in bringing this report to Council. ConWest is a 35-year-old local company with experience in commercial, industrial, residential, and social purpose real estate in Vancouver and across the Lower Mainland. We also participated in the Employment Lands and Economy Review's External Advisory Group, which informed the recent reports to Council. We have also worked with staff on the preparation of the I-1 amendment. Our current project house is under construction in Mount Pleasant at 43 West 6th Avenue. It is a mixed-use industrial office development. We have seen growing demand for medical offices in the Mount Pleasant area, as the area is well serviced by transit with the Canada Line as well as the future Broadway Line. It is near both Vancouver General Hospital and the future St. Paul's Hospital at Station Street and National Avenue. This area is unique in that it has a blended parking rate for all uses, providing flexibility for redevelopment of sites. I'd add that we've had significant interest from medical profession to occupy the spaces in our house project. We are just waiting for the bylaw to get adopted in order for us to move forward with a lot of the medical users. As I indicated before, when this report came back in October, the nature of healthcare is changing. Healthcare offices are moving from the traditional models of large shared office space to smaller individual medical offices. Technology is also evolving from in-person visits to video calls, which has also changed the nature of the traditional healthcare office. And we believe that this, combined with the location, is why there's increased demand for medical office space in the Mount Pleasant industrial area. I just, in conclusion, would like to thank Council for the consideration of this quick start amendment and look forward to working with the City to accommodate this growing demand. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Drobot, for speaking to Council. You don't have any questions at this time. Okay, our next speaker number 4, Mr. Stephen Bohas.
Yes, and I do have some slides, so if the clerk could bring them up, I'd much appreciate it. And I have sent Council all the slides.
Okay, just a moment. We'll wait for the clerk to bring those up.
Yeah, and as we wait for the slides, I do live in the city of Vancouver. I used to live in Mount Pleasant. I do. And I have actually worked in the employment lands there.
Oh, great. Okay, your slides are up. Please go ahead, and you do have 5 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, so the slides are up. So the first slide says proposed changes to 2nd Avenue. And I took this photo like 3 days ago at 1:30 p.m. So you can actually see the great solar access that we are getting on the north side of 2nd Avenue. And it's actually a great street now, and these trees are fabulous. They don't need to be upgraded, and we don't need 7 lanes. We don't need to make more room for cars. So I'm quite surprised at that recommendation. I'm going to be speaking against this. I was also a member of the Mount Pleasant Implementation Committee, which implemented our plan when I lived in Mount Pleasant, and there was no idea or no thought of touching these industrial lands. They were supposed to stay. So if we go to the second slide, you can see the cross section. So Clerk, second slide. This is the current policy for Southeast Falls Creek, which has a basin view with things going up the first and then back down on 2nd Avenue with low-rise industrial on the other side. So this is current policy right now, and it's been policy for a long time. So having tall buildings on the other side of 2nd Avenue was never anticipated. It's actually a feature, and it's good to have demarcation. Third slide, please. You can see the great solar axis, and if you start putting 152-foot high buildings on the other side, the solar axis is going to be gone, and it's going to become a miserable street. It's actually 165 feet with the penthouse story, and there's actually a very, very large issue with section 4.31 of height in the proposed I1C bylaw, which says that the minimum floor height for the first story would be 6.1 meters, and for the second floor, it would measure 5.35 meters. In other words, planning staff are actually proposing to have minimum floor heights, and combined, the bottom 2 stories would have to be a elevation or height of 35.5 feet. And I have never really seen this to be good planning. This is actually very poor policy to have a requirement. It would actually create a condition for a dark street. So slide number 4. And if we go over to first, you can actually see what a dark street is. So it would actually turn, the policy would turn a great street with a lot of light access into a dark, dingy street, unpleasant street like first is right now. And this is the same time of day. I just walked over a block. Fifth slide, I've got back to 2nd Avenue. You can see the solar access and all those householders. They didn't get public consultation. And the former speaker, I think is a former City of Vancouver planner with the casino project back now working for a developer. They were consulted, but the public was not consulted. And I think before going ahead, the public really has to be consulted on these proposed changes. Next slide. Again, I'm showing the solar axis on 2nd. Lots of sun there. Okay, next slide. This is slide number 7. This is the 3D model, and I'm really going to say that the staff, I have a degree in landscape architecture. I've done this for a few decades, and this staff presentation and the analysis is incomplete. They have not done a full shadow analysis. They have not shown street-level views of this build-out. They have not done sufficient. They have not shown residents what's being proposed on the other side of the street. I think this is pretty poor urban design, in my opinion. And if we go to the next slide, slide number 8, that's actually from a sketch from the drawing. Now, you don't see any real shadows there, but what is being proposed is not a great street. It's a dingy street. It's a very mean street. It's a street with 7 lanes now. Go to the next slide, and that's first. So that's one street over at 1:30 3 days ago. And this is what planning staff are essentially proposing for West 2nd Avenue and East 2nd Avenue to turn it into a dark and miserable street, and not a great street. And from that urban design standpoint, I think this needs to be rejected, as well as the issues with the height of the first story. Next slide. That's 2nd Avenue. Solar access is great. Slide number 11. Back to another part of first. Next slide. That's slide number 12, showing the solar access on 2nd Avenue. Slide number 13. Next slide. Solar access again. And then the last slide, number 14, is what First Avenue looks like. And if we can go back to slide number 13, there are so many issues, and I don't think the south side of this street should actually be more than 45 feet in terms of looking at a C2 form in terms of making this a great street. The road should not be widened. We should not have minimum heights, floor heights for the first 2 floors. So there's so much that could be done here.
Just 15 seconds left. I want to give you a chance to make your final comments.
Yeah, so I would urge council to reject this. You shouldn't be changing the interim zoning on the Broadway corridor, and you can actually kick it back like you did for the Railtown rezoning a few years ago. And
thank you, Mr. Bojas. You do have questions from a couple of councillors, so I'm going to advance them now. Councillor Carr, you're up first.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Boas, for always coming on these issues and for sending your slides to us yesterday. I appreciated that. My question first is that your slides that you are using as a comparative foreshadowing is West First. And, you know, it appears to me that looking at the slides you've included for that it's pretty much a wall of buildings on West First. And I'm wondering if you want to comment on the difference between that and what is proposed for West Second, which is over a 5-block period, piece of a length of street, there would be 9 to 10 buildings, so 2 per block, and with a lot of sculpting, terraced forms. Anyway, a very not a solid wall. Did you take that into consideration when you were doing that comparison to West First?
yes, absolutely, and it would have been great had city staff posted that 3D model so we could look at it and not keep it to themselves. But yes, obviously there would be huge shadow regardless because of the minimum floor heights of the bottom 2 stories, and definitely there are huge shadows, and the shadow analysis is incomplete. You can do a lot better. It's possible to have technology where you dial in the time of day of year and see the shadows instantaneously.
Well, staff did present it already, that information. I will follow up with
I'll
questions.
disagree with their analysis. It's incomplete.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what question will you ask them? What's incomplete?
Well, first of all, the time of day, like equinox, and then 3 times a day on the equinox, that's insufficient shadow analysis. I'm showing scenes from January the 18th, showing that there is light access. This is what people experience, and to take that model, put it in and run the full gamut of the entire year at different times of day. So I think there's a lot of work that could be done there.
Okay, I certainly will ask about the difference between solstice and equinox. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this isn't solstice. This is like what they were looking at is a very small subset of shadow analysis. I think there could be a lot more done.
You're looking at a time in January, which is closer to solstice, right? Versus equinox.
Yeah, and I'd love to do a much fuller shadow analysis. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Carr. And you do also have questions, Mr. Bohos, from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Bohos. So I totally understand what you're talking about from an urban design perspective and pointing out that this is east-west, not north-south. We've seen other tunnel effects north-south, for example, what we're seeing on the Cambie corridor now, and the impact throughout the year, and a full shadow analysis should have been done here. But that's why I question this coming through as a quick start. But that's not the nature of my question to you. I want to talk about land lift and the financial implications thereof. Do you have any thoughts on that? I find doubling our FSR in exchange for CAC revenue is a pretty telling motivation for this quick start, which is what I read. Could you elaborate on your perspective?
Well, I think this is actually a premature start. Like this should not be considered outside of, let's say, the Broadway process, if this is included in that. And in terms of land lift, I think that the integrity of the industrial land is paramount, and the idea of even having a creative product manufacturing that's an office use. That's actually what I do for a living, and I don't think that should be in here. So by making more general office use, I think you are doubling the FSR from 3 to 6. Having an extra height, you are creating a lot of land lift, and these demands will, I think, spill over further to the south into the rest of the industrial land.
Paradoxically, this kind of action just increases the unaffordability of this. But part of my concern is around the ever-changing definition of industrial. Again, as you know, I've worked in the film and television and technology industries for 30 years in this town, more than that now. Whoops. So very aware of how the changing nature of the workplace has happened. Do you share concerns about the changing definition of industrial land, particularly with the very small quantity that we have left within our boundaries?
Oh, absolutely. I think we've already been way too loose with the definition of industrial land, and we should reel it back rather than opening it up. And I would most heartily agree that the industrial land should be really preserved for those core uses and not redefined to essentially general office.
Someone that's working in the industry, do you have not the property development industry, the film and television and digital effects industry? What have you noticed in terms of changes in the workplace, in terms of remote work and demands on physical space?
Okay, well, I work in visual effects, so on feature films, and I actually worked from home for 3 months. Now I'm back in the office, but just a skeleton crew, and huge, like there are companies that have gone completely remote and they're not coming back, and rather than having hundreds of people crammed into small cubicles, people are going to stay working from home. So, and this paradigm is in a lot of other industries. So I think a lot of people aren't going to come back to work. And when the leases are over, companies are going to downsize when leases are coming up for renewal. I know that's been the general talk in my industry.
Agreed. Certainly the experience in cities like San Francisco and Los Angeles. Do you think that we should be doing quick starts at a time in the middle of a pandemic when we are seeing these large scale economic changes that are having physical impact on the use of land and space?
No, absolutely not. This quick start, given that we are in the pandemic, we shouldn't even be having this public hearing without the full consultation with the neighbors on the north side of the street. And in terms of the larger scope, we don't know what the impacts are of COVID-19 on office space going forward. And I'm hearing that I know some other studios will not have their artists return, and they will continue to work from home. So this is the wrong time to go forward.
We're not talking to the public. We're talking to stakeholders, also the special interests that are the beneficiaries of this
Councillor Hardwick,
increase.
can I
Yes?
get you to focus on questions and maybe
Yeah,
just be
I
careful
am.
about
I'm
characterizing people with
just
special
in
interest?
a conversation with the
We
speaker.
are in questions though, so if you could.
So I'm thank you. I've just used up the rest of my time in not being able to ask that question, but I'll leave it because I only have 8 seconds.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick. And thank you, Mr. Rojas. That is it. You don't have any further questions. Thanks for speaking to council. Speaker number 5 is Mr. Ed Ferreira. Mr. Ferreira, are you on the line? Mr. Ferreira? Okay. Yes, clerk?
Yes, it is the clerk here. We had understood Mr. Ferreira was on the line. The meeting coordinator is working with him to become unmuted.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks for coming to speak to council. You do have 5 minutes to make your remarks, so please go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, thanks. I appreciate your time. Yeah, my name is Ed Ferreira. I'm with, I've been a commercial realtor with CBR.
Yes, this is the clerk here. We had understood Mr. Ferreira was on the line.
Mr. Ferreira, it sounds like you have your computer on in the background. We'll need to mute that scenario.
Okay. Is that okay now?
Yes, that's much better. Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm Ed Ferreira. I'm with CBRE. I've been a commercial realtor, commercial broker for the past 35 years. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I spent more time in this area than where I live in North Vancouver, because my focus has been in the Mount Pleasant area, and where I've focused for the last in sales and leasing of properties since the late 80s. Since this time that I've been working in this area, it's evolved from a traditional industrial area to more cleaner industrial areas, such as the film production companies, the software companies, the game developers, the clothing showrooms rather than clothing manufacturing companies, clothing design companies, microbreweries. And recently, which that is some projects that are coming out of the ground, have some laboratory companies now moving into the area in a significant way, and this has all brought additional employment into the area, and there's more pent-up demand to come into this area. This is currently the best served public transit area in the city of Vancouver, and it's going to improve once the Broadway extension line is completed. And so this will feed the demand for the office space in this area. I do like the direction that the planning department is doing on 2nd Avenue. I would like to make some suggestions. And it really involves around the industrial. You know, you were just talking about with the previous speaker. Industrial. The definition of an industrial in this area needs to be brought into the 21st century. Your traditional industrial type businesses that are wanting to be or are more the traditional industrial type businesses. They can't afford being in this area anymore. They can't bring their loading trucks anymore. Their staff, they usually live in the more outlying areas, and it's difficult to get some staff for like your more traditional industrial type users to be coming to work in these areas. So this is one of the things that I'm concerned about is how are you going to fill those industrial designated uses on the first and second floor? I think you need to expand and move some of the uses from the conditional uses to outright. As I actually mentioned earlier, some of my notes have been to expand the upper level industrial absorption, like adding the creative products manufacturing as an outright approval. The digital entertainment and information technology should be considered in the manufacturing and not in general office. And you also, they should also consider moving from conditional to outright the uses as childcare facility, retail, service, and wholesaling Class B. The other comments I would like to make is just in the design guidelines. Let me back up on something. Like to consider in section 2.2 the removal of the 33% guidance for the accessory area. There needs to be more flexibility or discretion to accommodate the variety of uses and accessory space over time. I think that's, thanks for your time, and that's all I have.
Great. You do have questions from two councillors, and Councillor Hardwick is first. So go ahead, please, Councillor Hardwick.
That's a holdover.
Oh, is it? Okay, terrific, thanks. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, I think the speaker answered my question, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So thanks for coming to speak to Council, Mr. Ferreira. There are no further questions for you.
Yeah, sorry, I've got questions.
Oh, spoke too soon. Councillor Weeb, please go ahead. Do we still have the speaker on the line? Are you still there, Mr. Ferreira?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so you talked about that you're in the sale and rent of this space. What is the current rate going for industrial and the office space in the area and the vacancy? Do you know what the current kind of going rate is and what the vacancy is of this area for the type of industrial that is proposed here?
So yes, for any of the new buildings that are being built, for example, there's the 3 or 4 buildings that have been built in the last 3-4 years in the between 2nd to 8th Avenue.
Yep.
The rental rates are in that 30 on the ground floor space, $30 to $35 a square foot. Triple net plus operating costs.
And that's for an industrial space, which is what would have been normally retail space pricing. Okay. And then the
correct.
office space?
The office space now in the latest projects, they're pushing $40 per square foot, triple net.
Okay, so those are, the rates are extremely high, which, but you're right, is going to push out some of the traditional industrial. Do you think if we add this increase in industrial space that will create more of a affordable market, recognizing that I know a lot of industrial uses that are struggling to find space? So do you think there might be an opportunity here that will reduce the costing in industrial space because there'll be more demand or there'll be more supply?
It's not going to reduce the rate because there's just an economic thing. What my concern would be is to fill that industrial space, because if you're thinking about traditional industrial businesses, who can go up on the second floor? For example, if you're going to have a commissary kitchen, how can they operate on the second floor, moving product up, moving product back down? And you're just even just even drainage, plumbing between the two floors, a grease trap, for example. There's all these things that people don't think about. One thing that I did want to add, that I forgot to add, is the viability of the Second Avenue. One thing that has been missed, I think we should add art galleries. That has not been identified as an allowed use in this area, but to bring in some of the culture and art back into this area, I think art galleries should be an allowed use in this area, especially along Second Avenue.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. And thank you to, thanks, Mr. Ferrer. That's all your questions today. Thanks for coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 6 is Mr. Nathan Warbit. Do we have Mr. Warbit on the line?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead when you're ready. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Nathan Warbitz, and I'm calling as a representative of Madison Pacific Properties. We're an owner along West 2nd, where we're directly impacted by the proposed changes. And while we're generally in support of the proposed zoning guidelines and policy changes, I'd like to voice some reservations. Firstly, however, I'd like to thank members of the senior planning team and staff for the opportunity to engage with the city and express our feedback and ideas leading up to this public hearing. Having expressed our comments directly with the planning department through a working group initiated by the deputy planner, as well as through industry engagement such as NAIA. We are hopeful that continued engagement opportunities will be possible and we'll be able to shape the future of the city in this area through the creation of successful new investment and job space. The plan for this important corridor, enhancing job space near multiple existing and future rapid transit stations, is a progressive step in growing the city and balancing the streetscape of the Olympic Village to the north and Mount Pleasant Industrial Area to the south, while also improving the pedestrian realm along West 2nd. With this added intensity, the creation of a complete community with a range of uses and amenities that can adapt to the changing industries and workforce needs is important to end users. While respecting the goals of the Metro Vancouver Regional Industrial Land Strategy and the work of the Employment Lands and Economy Review Team in guiding the Vancouver Plan, these quick start actions, specifically the creation of this new district schedule, we feel there may be some shortcomings in the proposed guidelines and schedule. While we have submitted a formal response to the meeting notice, I'd like to briefly reiterate some of our key concerns noted in the online written submission. Firstly, on the district schedule, I think one of the most important items to bring to light is the broadening and added flexibility to uses in order to uses permitted in this proposed district to ensure its success. We've experienced challenges in the past regarding some of our other properties in Mount Pleasant, and we are aware of others expressing similar concerns with prescriptive, sometimes outdated uses and definitions, preventing much-needed operators from locating in the neighborhood to serve the city needs. As outlined in the referral report, the introduction of new modernized stacked light industrial space needs to come with modernized flexibility on uses. Adapting to the changing nature of manufacturing and production and accommodating the technological advances in industry need to be reflected in the user base that is able to utilize the additional capacity at both grade level and, more importantly, upper level industrial space. We have outlined several recommendations in our letter with the intent of providing a balance of uses that are able to function in this type of building format, but also in an effort to expand on the creative nature of this area with a range of uses including industrial, office, high-tech, and retail. As various initiatives are underway to evaluate and improve approval timeframes, we think it would also be prudent to look at including more uses as outright rather than conditional. In a very competitive market where the city is looking to attract investment and talented, diverse workforce, any ability to reduce approval timeframes and provide additional certainty for end users is critical. Eliminating the need for a DP approval required under a conditional use and instead being considered outright would help facilitate more streamlined approach and limit time required by staff to evaluate applications. To the more granular level, there are a couple items I'd like to mention. Such things as adding relaxation around accessory uses to improve flexibility is important. Things such as allowing a portion of retail in a wholesale setting or patio space for a lounge use to help activate uses at grade would all be beneficial. Another would be expanded allowances for various uses where they meet the intent of the guidelines such as not undersizing restaurants that would otherwise enhance and expand on the existing eateries on the north side of West 2nd and enhance the public realm. We understand that staff is undertaking a review of use definitions as part of the future work around the Broadway Plan and Vancouver Plan in hopes of addressing some of these concerns, but I would encourage that work to be expedited with this quick start action in order to help achieve the desired result. Finally, under the FSR allowances, eliminating or modifying the 12% cap on floor area exclusions for balconies and decks to facilitate safe access and loading of multi-level industrial footprints is important. As it relates to the guidelines, I just had 2 points I wanted to note, one of which is the minimum frontage requirement outlined in the guidelines. I think may be a lofty goal given the varied ownership with numerous different ownership structures, expectations, and capacity, and staff should be cautious in their interpretation of this requirement. We would also encourage reconsideration of the mezzanine locations within the guidelines to support better space utilization. With that, I appreciate your consideration and look forward to working together on next steps. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for coming to speak to council. You don't have any questions from council this time, so thank you again. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now going to do a final call for speakers. So this is my first call of 3 calls for speakers to see if anybody else would like to call in for this item. If there are any other speakers who do wish to address council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-144-5# to get on the list before we do close it off. The number has also been tweeted out and it's available on the live stream. Okay, I will now do a second call for speakers. Clerk, do we have any speakers on the line at this time?
So it is the clerk here, Deputy Mayor Kirby Young, and we have nobody sitting on the line at the moment.
Okay. So now do a third and final call for speakers. If any members of the public would like to call in and address council on the number provided, please do so now. And I'm going to suggest council that we take a 5-minute recess in order to provide time to see if any calls are received and allow final speakers an opportunity. So we'll take a 5-minute recess now and we will reconvene at 7:38 p.m. please. Speaker, can you hear us?
Beaumont Studios.
Sorry, you cut out there. Could you state your first name? We just heard Beaumont Studios.
My name is Rachel Kirkpatrick, and I am with the Beaumont Studios.
Fantastic. Thank you. And are you a resident of Vancouver?
I am a resident of Vancouver, yes.
Perfect. You have 5 minutes to address council. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I've been working with the Beaumont Studios for 2 years as a member of the management team and selling the artist studios for tenant artists in the space. We have about 90 artists in 2 buildings side by side with a courtyard in the middle and about in 40 private art studios. I just want to say that we are in support of the Arts and Culture Creative District as proposed by Barry Mowat, and that we personally have seen the neighborhood of where we are situated at the corner of 5th and Alberta grow immensely over the last 17 years. We have been in operation all of that time, and the Beaumont was originally named for its beautiful mountain views, and it literally means beautiful mountain in French, and we have seen the neighborhood rise, the density increase, and we no longer have much mountain view, which we are okay with, as we like to see that the increased density will support our business and being preserved as a cultural space in the future. Barry Mowat and the Vancouver Biennale represent high-profile art that brings in the community together in public spaces. The Beaumont represents emerging and established artists by providing space for them to create and space to showcase their work. Both of our organizations are rooted in community and creativity, and we know that this neighborhood doesn't have an identity. Are we Mount Pleasant? Not really. Canby? Not really. Olympic Village? Not really. False Creek? No. We are literally in a middle zone, and we believe that identifying it as the Arts and Culture Creative District of Vancouver could bring about amazing traffic to the area and stakehold in the growth of Vancouver's community at large. I'd like to be clear that I'm speaking about the area from 2nd Avenue to 5th, where it starts where the Vancouver Biennale is and ends at the Beaumont Studios. We think you should support this project with CACs and other similar suggestions. And we also want to support the idea that the zoning and the area of industrial and the definition does need to change and be a little more open. We have recently had to turn away several artists and artisans because their artistry doesn't count. For example, we had a girl who makes these herbarariums. They're composed of dried flowers in a jar with oils and other kinds of things. And because she was dealing with something related to a plant, she wasn't allowed to enter our space. And she was very disappointed. Not only do we see lost revenue from that, we also have staff time, administrative time, and all that sort of thing. We thank you so much for listening to us, and that is all we have today. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming to speak to council. I don't see any questions for you, so appreciate you taking the time to call in.
Sorry, Sarah, I got on the list late there.
No problem. Councillor Weave does have a question for you. Are you still there? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Fantastic. Go ahead.
One of the comments we've heard from a few of the property owners and others is that they've been involved with city staff on helping to create this policy and help to kind of change the way this area. Do you know if the Beaumont has been involved in any of the discussions with our city staff and how they can better create and ensure that arts and culture is incorporated into this area?
I don't know if myself or Jude Kuzners, our founder, has been in direct conversation. For the most part, generally, I would know. I know that in the past, when the area, when the property tax changes, there was also an area around 2013 where the space itself had a usage change, and our space specifically is artist manufacturing and office use. And that sometimes artists don't fall under the artist manufacturing.
And then one of the other things that was discussed a little bit today is maybe the opportunity of including arts and culture and creative production space in some of the new developments. Is that something you think that there is a need and appetite for if that was created?
Yes, most definitely. I know that in New West, 100 Braid Street closed. They had tons of artists. There's tons of spaces right now that are closing and need places to operate. I know, for example, Strand, one of their tenants is the East Side Studios, and they're going to need to be relocated with the St. Paul's Hospital coming in. I know for us, we have one Google ad out there for our tenants, and I never once have to post a studio. We're almost always 100% full. If anything, I have way more people that want space than I have space to give.
Perfect. Thanks so much for coming to speak today.
Cheers.
Great, thanks, Councillor Weave, and thanks, Speaker. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick also, so please go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I'm interested in what kind of rent and square footage that you charge and what the economics are of your operation. Could you give me a little bit information about that? Rent,
Yeah, are you
square
asking
footage?
about, well, are you asking about what we pay or what the artists pay, or all of it? I mean, I can speak to all
All of it, both, yeah.
Sure, yeah. Well, we have, typically, I say that our spaces are $6 a square foot. Sometimes, based on the amenities, it's a little bit higher, a little bit lower, and that's a per month rate. For the most part, in Vancouver, I know other art spaces range from about $3.75 a square foot, and $6 is definitely on the higher end. And we see ourselves as having to charge that specifically of our location and the density and the insanely high property taxes. I also, so $6 a square foot for the, that's sort of what we charge.
So, so it's difficult. So, is it a reasonable rate in your opinion? Is it affordable? What about? Is it subsidized? A little bit more
So
detail.
So we subsidize our space for $5,000 a month, and so our rent is $40,000 a month, and we pay residents bring in $35,000 a month. So that's a part of our mandate to provide the affordable space. For the most part, a desk size would be about $250, whereas if you're in an office area, you'd be looking at $350 or $400. So that I mean, for us, that's definitely how we operate. And I mean, normally in a non-pandemic time, we subsidize those events, and our staff and everything else is paid for through our events and gatherings.
And how old is the building that you're in?
That is a very good question. I actually don't know that answer, but we have been here for 17 years.
Is it a new building, an old building? How many stories? What kind of square footage?
We have two buildings side by side. There's 25,000 square feet in total, including the parking lot, and both of them are 2 stories.
Okay, so they're older buildings with 2 buildings. Overall square footage between the 2 buildings? 25,000. Okay, I'm just doing the math on this. So if that 25,000 square feet was replaced with a building that went up to 6 stories, do you have any idea what the economics would be for you to be doing what you're doing now, whether it would be possible?
Yeah, well, funny you should ask. That's actually a conversation we've been having a lot lately, and we definitely would see something like that as a benefit. I know that there's a third building next door to us that is currently not leased, and we would love to have be able to stakehold and also expand our spaces and services into there, potentially try and find a buyer with us to stakehold in that area, and then we would have the space to relocate our artists if we were to take on in some sort of development with someone. The longevity of the amount of space that we have is something we want to keep for as long as we can, and we would most definitely prefer to stay in the neighborhood as much as possible.
So do you own the property or lease it? Who owns the land?
No, we lease the property. We've never owned it. And that's why we would like to start thinking about stakeholding.
Okay, so you're leasing the land. What if the owner decides to tear it down and put up a 6-story building? How would that affect you?
Well, we would hope that we would have a great enough relationship with him that we could continue to stakehold the same amount of square footage that we have now, if something like that were to happen.
For the same price?
That would be ideal, yes.
Okay, then I would suggest that that is highly unlikely given construction costs and the kinds of changes that would be. You mentioned the city's taxes. How much, incidentally, are you paying in property tax?
Originally, we were paying $120,000 per year, and in the last little while, with the new percentage drop, I believe it's a little bit less than $100,000.
Okay, so you're spending $100,000 on property taxes, your rent is $40,000 a month, but you're offsetting 35,000 by renting out to do you call them your clients, or what do you refer to the artists as?
We refer to them as
Tenants?
resident artists or tenants or
Resident.
tenant members.
Okay, that's been very useful.
Yeah, the conversation you're having is, it's unaffordable, and that's a plight we're facing. We've been trying to make this business sustainable for 17 years, and we're closer than ever. But at the same time, it's just increasingly difficult.
Yeah, well, I think it'll be even more if this passes. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, and thank you, Speaker, again for coming to speak to Council. Okay, Clerk, just confirming that we don't have any final speakers on the line after our last call.
I can confirm that is correct. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Chair Kirby-Young. It appears somebody has joined at the last moment here. Let me double check. Yes, there is one more on the line. I'm sorry, I do not have the name.
Okay.
Hi, it's Matt McLean here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. McLean, if I can get you to just also state if you're a resident or not of Vancouver, and then you have 5 minutes to address Council when you're ready.
Hi, I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I do own property in Vancouver, and I'm here to just speak on this I-1 amendment. Thank you for everybody's efforts so far on working on this amendment. I think it's an area that's in need of densification given its location. It's a natural sort of node and nexus point of the city with surrounding amenities and transit. So I think that if you're going to put density anywhere, this is certainly the place. I am a commercial broker in the neighborhood. One of my competitors, Ed Ferreira, spoke earlier, and I don't typically see eye to eye with my competitors, but feel that he had some really great comments that I echo. I really think that looking at densified properties and vertical industrial product, there are some challenges associated with uses on those floors above grade. And if you look at the nature and the evolution of that particular node, there is certainly a redefinition of what manufacturing and industrial uses are. And, it's been happening for quite some time, over 5 years in that particular area. We started seeing an exodus of those typical industrial users on the ground floor, like foundries and groups that were much heavier uses moving out because of the taxes, and newer groups moving in to the delight of many people in the area, creating more of an eclectic zone. With some of these new developments that are coming online now, they're just not equipped to handle some of these older uses, floor load capacities, drainage issues, ceiling heights. So once again, I think, as Ed mentioned, introducing or redefining some of the uses that are appropriate for the second, third, and fourth floor zones or levels is going to be paramount in making these new developments work for the community to create sort of the eclectic and vibrancy that we're looking for out of this particular area. I think in reviewing some of the notes here, I would look at possibly including some creative manufacturing solutions and some of the digital sort of manufacturing solutions we've seen in other nodes, and implementing those as uses within the industrial component of the redevelopment. I think those are natural fits within the industrial environment and definition, particularly in this area. So my only suggestions are there, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you so much. Councillor Hardwick, I see you on the queue. Is that a holdover, or do you have questions?
That is a holdover.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Thanks for taking the time to speak to Council.
Many thanks. Bye-bye.
Madam Clerk, can we confirm that there's no further speakers on the line at this time?
Just double checking. And there is no one else on the line. Chair Kirby-Young.
Okay, seeing that we have no further speakers or public comments, I suggest we now close receipt of public comments and move on to hearing any closing comments from the applicant, in this case being brought forward by staff. Does staff any further comments at this time?
Councillor Kirby-Young, it's Kevin McNady speaking. I just want to make a few comments based on what we heard from the speakers. First, arts and culture are part of the Broadway plan for sure, and we're considering that across the whole area. Very important part of the economy and a part of our soul as a city. Second, the CAC policy and the linkage fee will be revisited as part of the Broadway plan, as part of the public benefit strategy. So the questions around can we support arts and culture will be addressed as part of the plan towards the end of the year. Currently, the policy states that it's for affordable housing and daycare, but we can revisit that and bring that back to council. Finally, we're going to be considering uses across the I-1 as part of the Broadway plan. I heard concerns about office uses and new economy and that type of thing. We've done it before in Railtown, and we'll do it in the I-1 district. So that'll come back to council this fall. And finally, I'd just like to say that I would ask Kevin Spans, who's our urban designer, to address some of the questions on shadow studies, because we have done shadow studies and they haven't proven to be a significant increase in shadows from the existing development. So Kevin, please, or John, share the slides from that, or Hale.
Hey, Kevin, while they're getting those up, this is Gil Kelly, guys. Just wanted to make one clarification on the CACs. The CACs, we do not collect CACs or charge CACs to office or industrial. So this is clearly not about a CAC catch. This is about getting employment space. And in order to get the office, you have to provide more than the currently required industrial space. So it's not about CACs. The only time we collect CACs from office, and we never do from industrial, is when there's stratified office, because the value there would justify of that, and that's our policy. So the only fee is the linkage fee that Kevin just referred to, which is for childcare primarily, and housing is a legitimate expense on that. And the linkage fee is relatively modest. Outside of the downtown, it's currently $10 a square foot. So that just gives you a sense of that, and that amount can be revisited during the Broadway plan process. But the standard CACs, which are generally applied to residential strata, and in rare cases to tall rental, would not apply here, and it would be a very different analysis, because the users there is a different group, employees versus residents, and they are based on need, not just on land lift. So it would be an entirely different kind of analysis to do. But just wanted to clarify the role of CACs versus that linkage fee that Kevin just described. Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Gail. Clerks, this is Hale Jones-Cox again. I've got some additional reference slides. I kind of provided you with a first version, but I've also added a second version. I'm wondering if you could pull those up so that I can ask Kevin Spans, a development planner, to speak to the shadowing question.
Great, and perhaps while I do that, I'll just quickly introduce myself. I'm Kevin Spans, Senior Development Planner with Current Planning. I'm one part of the urban design team that looked at this, and I'm an architect, and I worked closely with other landscape architects, urban planners, and architects in sort of shaping what we feel is a good fit for this side of the street, not only in completing something that references the street across the street, Southeast Falls Creek, but is also respectful of what is a pretty high-performing area and a really important part of the city and a well-loved part of the city. So as we approach this as urban designers, we recognize first and foremost that the north side of Second is performing really well. We don't want to do anything in the shaping of the buildings on the south side that would negatively impact the success of the businesses and the character on the north side. But what I want to start off with, this is something that we had one of our great analysts produce just while we were listening to the speakers, and that's an assessment of what the current zoning envelope kind of looks like. And granted, you know, this shows long strips of buildings. These would be broken up, obviously, but if in a hypothetical situation, somebody assembled the properties on the south side and built under current I-1 zoning on today at 130, they'd be able to build up to 60 feet in height. And this is the shadow impacts of that. So this is current approved zoning. This is what we would be able to approve through DP. And as you can see, it shadows directly across the street. And there's
Point of privilege, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
The slides that keep bouncing on and off, and it would be really helpful if they could stay on. I think they were trying to show shadow studies, but they were going by very quickly and we couldn't see them properly.
No problem. We did see one that appeared to have sort of the form of the street and the buildings, and now we just see a WebEx screen. I'm seeing it in the WebEx feed, but I'm not seeing it on the public feed.
I'm on the public.
It is the clerk here. Pardon the interruption. The deck that was provided to the clerk's office does not have that slide.
Oh, my apologies, clerks. Can I quickly send this to you so that you're able to show it? That's what I was mentioning. There was a second version, but perhaps it wasn't in the correct folder.
We will do the best we can here. Could you please send it to the Denise Swanson? She is the meeting coordinator with a copy.
Perhaps
Apologies. One moment, it's coming your way. Sorry, I'm just saying I'm sending it now, please. Kevin, you go ahead.
Sure, thank you, Hale. I'll just address one thing that's I think really interesting about this zone is that's a little bit more unusual for our manufacturing zones with respect to the importance of a sympathetic relationship with Southeast False Creek, which is that we're bringing forward a pretty rigorous set of design guidelines and parameters for this zone, which is unusual for manufacturing zones. We currently don't have design guidelines, for example, for the existing I-1 zone. And one of the reasons is because we recognize the importance of getting that relationship right with Southeast Falls Creek. And you know, for the benefit of the neighbors, but also for the benefit of good city building and good urban design. We understand that these buildings are going to be, as one or a number of speakers have noted, are going to be highly visible. This is a pretty central part of the city that a lot of people pass through, and getting these buildings right is going to be pretty critical. That's one of the reasons why we really felt it was necessary to build a pretty robust set of design guidelines. And another thing that I would like to just touch on very briefly was, as one speaker noted, it is a little unusual to have the first and second floor be a little bit taller than we typically see for, say, a retail frontage. But again, that's related to our analysis of functional industrial space. That is, it being that we still want to see that the first and the second floor are highly functional industrial spaces that, granted, there is a changing natured industry, but there is still some pretty typical or traditional industry that happens in this area. We have done an analysis and we've done previous analyses on what highly functional space is for industrial uses, and that includes overheight space, minimum 18-foot floor-to-ceiling clearance, floor-to-floor clearance, in order to really achieve move-in and move-out of pallets of goods, manufacturing and storage of spaces, facilitation of a functional mezzanine, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not sure where we are with bringing up the presentation, but
yeah, I appreciate your patience. Sorry, I'm looking to get the correct email address to send these to.
Okay, maybe we can, Councillor Hardwick, I know that we want to see those, but maybe we can continue on with other comments and we can revert back to those slides once the clerk has them available. Is that okay?
Fine with me.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Staff, do you want to continue on with addressing other points that were raised, and we can go back to the shadowing piece?
Hey, it's Kevin McNeedy. I think we're good for any other questions that have arisen.
Okay. I'm not seeing the slides come up yet, so Councillor Hardwick, if you're okay, I'm going to advance questions to Councillor Dominato and make sure that we come back to that to give the clerk time to get that going. Is that okay?
Yes. Great.
Okay. Councillor Dominato, do you want to go ahead and ask questions?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I have just a couple of follow-up questions. Just with respect to recommendation A 1 and 2, just to clarify for me that with I1, we're amending the existing I1 district scheduled at healthcare office. That is distinct from the new I1C district schedule. And those would be, if we pass these this evening, they would be enacted at the next council meeting. Is that correct? Sort of administrative question.
Councillor Dominato, because they're Director of Planning, rezoning, they could be enacted right away at Committee of the Whole right after this public hearing, or if Council chooses at the next meeting.
Okay, that's helpful. And I think it's clear. You're amending the existing I1 schedule and then the creation of the new one. My second question is just in follow-up. We had a number of speakers who spoke to the need to modernize our definitions of industrial, and there's a lot of commentary around creative products, digital entertainment, and that these are not office uses and more industrial. And I'm just wondering if you could comment on that further in terms of, because if we're going forward and enacting this new I1C district schedule, it would seem to me there'd be better certainty to have those definitions updated. And if so, how quickly can we do that?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Sean Martinez, who's in our economic development planning team, to address that. He had some points he'd like to address.
Good evening, Council. Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mayor and Council, Sean Martinez from planner in this citywide and regional planning group. So we'd like to point out that as part of the Employment Lands and Economy Review Emerging Directions, we were directed by Council to modernize the industrial zoning regulations and facilitate the multi-story industrial buildings, as well as increase the flexibility of the industrial uses. So this was approved back in October with a Council report on the Employment Lands and Economy Review. So this is priority work for us, and we will be undertaking this with the intent to bring further changes to the city's industrial zones later this year.
And so by later this year, could we anticipate, would that be Q2 or Q3?
About mid next year, I would say July, hopefully before the summer break.
Oh, this year, you mean 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think that addresses my questions. The last question I have is just with respect to in the opening presentation, there was reference to different built forms than the childcare form. And I just wanted to confirm that in proposing childcare in possibly buildings along Second, that they would actually be achievable with our current daycare requirements, given that ours are more stringent than the provincial requirements. Could anyone comment on that?
Yeah, hi there. It's Hale Jones-Cox again from the Broadway planning team. Yeah, we've worked closely with our colleagues in arts community, ACCS, to work on that topic, just that. And it is a unique condition where we are considering childcare in an otherwise industrial area. We have worked on that. We have shown that kind of through the work we've done that it is a viable approach that we've taken. And through that 10% exclusion, we seek to really incentivize their delivery.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I'll pause there. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And I'm going to go back to Councillor Hardwick now, because I think the clerk does have those slides up, and Councillor Hardwick, give you the opportunity to finish your questions.
Great. Well,
so sorry, it's Hale Jones-Cox again. I'm wondering if Kevin, if you'd like to finish speaking to these slides that that got cut off before, is that appropriate?
Yes, I would, and thank you for your patience. I just went off and didn't wait for confirmation that everybody could see the slides, so thanks for your patience. If we could just advance the slide to the one that shows the current zoning. this is the current condition, but we'll talk about this one a bit. So yeah, this is a model that, again, based on the 3D model that we use for our assessment across the city, that shows what the current building envelope would allow. And just for the sake of relating to the speaker's comment, this view was set to give us the shadow conditions on January 21st at 1:30, so today at 1:30. And again, this is the permitted 18.3 meter or 60-foot building envelope that is currently permitted under I-1 zoning, and which we could process as a DP. And again, I-1 does not include a set of design guidelines that would, say, shape the building to secure sunlight penetration onto what is, we agree, to be a very important side of second. So if we could just advance this.
It's off, but it seems to be back now.
Okay.
So this. You want to just continue and complete this update for us? Thanks.
Thank you. This view here takes the building models that we produced, which have a combination of tower form buildings with a six-story podium and a 10-story tower, as well as an example of a more scaled down, or not scaled down, but a stepping building, as you can see at the corner of Columbia and Second. And then again, tower forms and another stepping building further to the west. As we can see here, fall equinox at 2 o'clock is, generally speaking, from an urban design perspective, what we consider to be kind of a worst case scenario type of condition for shadow studies, because it's still a time of year when there's a lot of activity out in the public realm. And it's also a time when shadows are still pretty broad and can have potentially negative impacts on adjacent properties. So you can see we were pretty, we did our best to identify as many opportunities as possible to, yes, allow for some growth in building form, but ensure that sun penetration onto the south side of Second is maximal and is high quality. And actually, the lower end of these shadows that we see here would be roughly equivalent to what the I-1 building envelope is. So you can sort of imagine what the I-1 building envelope would be if you just kind of ignore those penetrations, those intermittent penetrations, those longer shadows. That's roughly 60 feet. So it sort of shows what the condition would be under current I-1. And then for the sake of interest, we've also prepared a slide that shows the current condition. So maybe we can advance to that. So we have currently modeled the existing form of developments on the south side of Second, which is here. So this would be, this is effectively the shadows as they were today at 1:30 based on our modeling, just for the sake of comparison. These are currently 1 to 2 story buildings.
Are you saying that full extrusion?
Just for clarity, I'm just going to conclude. I wanted to allow staff to finish their update because of the technical difficulty. So I'm going to count your time from now on, Councillor Harder, if you want to finish your questions. So go ahead.
Well, I just want to make sure, did you say full extrusion at 60 feet under the current zoning is what you're using for comparison?
So no, we use that as an understanding of what base zoning would allow, meaning that we have, through council-approved zoning,
zone capacity.
Zone capacity, exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
not what's
so,
there. What zone capacity is there? Okay.
Yeah. So what you see here is what is there now. The other image that we showed, which maybe we can advance that slide just for the sake of clarity. So this is now. And again, understanding that it might take a moment to advance, so I'll wait.
But just to be clear, you're comparing what the zone capacity would be for shadow, not what's actually there on those properties today.
We're doing both. We've got right now, as it is here, which is 1 to 2 stories, as you currently see. We also do zone capacity because this is what we are allowed to process as a development permit application. And again, without any design guidelines that would allow us to exercise any kind of discretion to negotiate any stepping or anything to mitigate shadowing. So this is the full zone capacity right here. acknowledging, of course, that it's unlikely we would get a full block long building like we see there. But imagining, for the sake of argument, you can see how zone capacity on today at 130 would result in this condition here.
In the other model, did that include the penthouses?
That's a great question. Hale, can you confirm whether or not that included penthouses?
Yes, it did. It did.
Thank you, Hale.
Okay. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Carr, questions?
Yes, thank you. Well, I was going to ask a lot on shadowing, and I've had them all answered. So I'll just move right along and question a number of speakers raising the idea of an arts and culture district in the I-1 zone. Now, I understand that today we're not dealing with the I-1 zone, right? We are dealing with the I-1C zone. So tell me what the process is for staff considering changes to the zoning in the I-1 zone. Is that through the Broadway plan?
Hi, Councillors. Kevin McNinney. Yes, that is through the Broadway plan. We're doing additional consultations starting in a couple of weeks, and we're going to consider wide-scale changes to the I-1 district.
Okay. Have you already been put on your radar the interest in an arts and culture district in the I-1 zone there?
Oh yeah, it's been a loud voice, and it's something we're looking at. And we're working with Metro Vancouver to make sure we keep the industrial capacity while at the same time entertaining uses like arts and culture and high tech.
There's Mr. McNaney, if you can just clarify for me, then if I understand you correctly, you are doing this work. There is no need for further direction from council at this time for you to be as staff considering an arts and culture district in that I-1 zone, right?
That's correct, Councillor. You've already given us direction in the guiding principles to intensify industrial and commercial uses. What I would say is from Mr. Barry's letter, or sorry, I forget his last name. My apologies, Barry's letter. The one thing we aren't considering at council direction is residential use in the I-1 district for regional reasons, obviously.
And that would be the residential use that often goes along with the artist studio, that kind of thing. Is that right?
That's correct. You'll receive a report later tonight, which is basically about work studios, not live work.
Right. Got it. And the timing, did I understand correctly already? An answer said that this is sometime this summer that you intend to deliver these changes to the I-1 zone through the Broadway plan. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor. We've been a little delayed because of COVID, unfortunately, but we are bringing a draft plan. We're bringing emerging directions out in February, a draft plan out this summer, and then a plan to council this fall.
Right. And Mr. McNaney, what are the considerations you're giving to including the creative sector, the digital entertainment, et cetera, in those changes in definitions in the zones here?
Well, it's a huge consideration. It's a big part of our economy, obviously, locally. You see that downtown, you see that in all the industrial districts. We see that in rail towns. So we're going to consider that as part of the I-1 changes.
Right. And is there going to be public consultation on these changes as you move forward this spring?
Absolutely. We're putting it all online, unfortunately. We can't do it in person, but everything's online and we're getting as creative as we possibly can.
Okay. You've answered all my questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry, you're up.
Hi, sorry. Thanks, Chair. I've submitted an amendment. So generally quite supportive of this work and appreciate all the work that's...
Councillor Fry, we're not quite there yet because we are still on questions. We have other councillors who might move the recommendations. Can I ask you?
Oh, I didn't see any other councillors on there. My apologies.
Yeah, Councillor Swanson is after you. So can I ask you if you have any questions at this point?
No, I don't. So I'll just go back in the queue.
No worries. It's been a long few days. Councillor Swanson, of staff?
So this is a significant upzoning along Second there. And I'm wondering if staff has given consideration to will it have a gentrifying impact on the arts, especially on the arts and culture places to the south of it.
Hi, Councillor Swanson. It's Kevin McNady again. We don't believe so because people can opt into the zoning. It's not a wholesale rezoning of the area. So we don't believe that there will be a gentrifying effect. On top of that, there's the development cost levy expectation policy for Broadway, which also limits speculation. So we feel that it'll be not an impact on gentrification.
Because it wouldn't be good to go ahead with it and then to do try and get an arts and culture district and then have everybody be evicted because their rents were too high.
We agree with you, which is why we're limiting residential in the area and speculation.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
That's all, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah.
Fantastic, thanks. Okay, Council, and for the members of the public following along, we're now at the point in the evening where we will make a decision on this item. So do we have a mover for the recommendation?
Yeah, I'd be
So
happy
moved.
to, Chair.
Councillor Fry, and
Second, Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr. Okay, so is there any debate and decision? Councillor Fry, I see you on the queue. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I did submit an amendment. I'm generally supportive of this work, but I do want to recognize and acknowledge that, you know, as we do this this separated out piece in advance of the Broadway plan, and recognizing that the area between Broadway and the waterfront and Cambie and Maine is an industrial area that has a lot of uses that include arts and culture, and uses that are perhaps not as compatible with some of the sort of more high revenue generating streams that we see that we're proposing and contemplating today. So this amendment is really just to also recognizing that this report identifies about $8 million in public benefits through commercial linkages and the potential for additional density bonuses along the line. Recognizing while we do have childcare and housing are critically important deliverables in our public benefit strategies, our CAC policies do contemplate support for arts and culture as well. And I think it's important to recognize that this is a threatened and valuable part of our cultural and economic ecosystem. So really just signaling some intention that we'd like to see that, and of course, as the Broadway plan evolves and comes to us in a matter of months later this year, that we are signaling that intention.
Okay, I'm going to ask, thanks, Councillor Fry. I'm going to ask the clerk to move us to an amendment queue.
I can second the.
It's been seconded. Thanks, Councillor Weeb, already by. Oh, actually, no, it has not. You are correct. My apologies. Thank you. So seconded by Councillor Weeb. And if we can move to an amendment queue. And Councillor Fry, can I ask, have you shared this amendment previously with staff or with legal at this point?
Yep, we've been going back and forth.
Okay, and perhaps I can pause and ask before we get into the weeds on this amendment, if I can ask for guidance from legal and planning as to whether or not this language is acceptable and on side as it relates to policy and from a legal perspective.
Hi, Deputy Mayor. It's Paul Mokry, acting city manager, and I can. We have reviewed with both law and planning staff, and the motion is in order.
Okay, that's fantastic to know. I just thought that would be helpful to confirm. Thanks, Mr. Milcreed, before we delve into it. Okay, is there any debate or discussion on the amendment on the floor, Council? Nope. Going once, going twice? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk if we can.
Sure, I think Councillor Dominato's on the queue.
She was, but she took herself off.
Yeah, thanks. I took myself off. My question was answered by the city manager. Thanks.
Great. Okay, so final time, going once, going twice. Okay, clerk, can you take us to a voting queue, please? Okay, please vote on screen, Council. are you able to display that vote?
Point of privilege?
Yes, Councillor
Am I on
Digital.
mute? Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I was on mute. If I could get a vote assist, please?
Yes. In favor or opposition?
In favor.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have that vote complete? I'm not seeing.
Yes, it is the clerk here. You need a vote assist, Chair?
No, I have voted. I'll do it again. Can you vote yes? What's this mean? It should register now. Do you have me? If not, I'll take a vote assist in favor.
We have a full vote now. Can you see the panel, Chair?
I cannot, so can I ask you
Okay.
to read the please?
I will end the vote, and it is unanimous with the mayor absent.
Terrific, thank you. Okay, so back to any further debate or discussion on the now amended report on the floor.
I think, Madam Chair, point of
Point
privilege was missing the main queue.
Yes, just waiting for that to come back. Clerk, I'm not seeing the previous queue. When you have a chance, if you're able to return to the former queue.
Chair Kirby-Young, would you like me to bring it to a vote at this point?
I believe that we had just voted and you declared it was unanimous. So I think we had a queue prior to Councillor Fry's amendment, and that
Yes.
we were trying to go back to that queue.
Yes, we're in the main queue now, so you're at the main motion as
Okay.
amended.
And so I see Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do think there was a previous, there are other councillors on the main queue before, but I'll just quickly, one point of information following on Councillor Carr's, through you to staff, Councillor Carr's questions around timing around the updated definitions to potentially incorporate creative products, digital entertainment. Do staff in their estimation feel they need any further direction this evening around that work and having it come back to council by Q2, Q3 of this year, or it's fairly clear because there was obviously quite a bit of feedback this evening around the importance of modernizing those definitions and uses?
Just if Paul, if I could respond, or go ahead. I don't think we need additional direction. This has come up in a number of different contexts with regard to the Vancouver plan with other industrial area zoning. So I think it's a program we're already, or an effort we're already pursuing. So I don't know that we need additional direction tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Dominato, Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I will be supportive of the report and appreciate staff making sure that they did shadow studies for the parklands, recognizing that the public realm is a key component of this area. Really appreciate the work that Councillor Fry did to address one of my major concerns about addressing arts and culture and the ability to have funds to deliver on critical arts and culture space. And then the third component is on modernizing the industrial lands. I'm a little bit skeptical about some of the conversations about where industrial lands are going. I think to Councillor Hardwick's point, I think we need to really ensure that we are protecting some of the traditional work that can be done in this industrial space, recognizing I know a lot of organizations and companies that are struggling to find traditional industrial space in this area. And I think it's critical for us to ensure that we do ensure that those types of businesses still have a place in our city, recognizing that those are the jobs and employment that we need if we're going to have complete communities in a city that can thrive. So I am concerned about us to modernizing to a point where we're no longer having traditional industry that can find space in the city of Vancouver and need to move away.
That's all, Councillor Weep? Okay, Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And first of all, just want to thank all the speakers who did come and give us their thoughts and suggestions. And thank staff for their good work on this, knowing this work is ongoing. But I really like the quick start. So in the context of a much bigger set of work, for some discrete part of it to come forward to us as a quick start, and enable some development that might not otherwise occur or might occur in a different way come forward. I think it's very smart. Really, really like it because some of these planning processes are long and very detailed. So appreciate that. I also appreciate staff's response, Mr. McNaney, to my questions regarding what has been a long time desired development of an arts and culture district in the Mount Pleasant area and the I-1 zone, and that is forthcoming. There will be public consultation. I know not the same as we've had in pre-COVID times, but still in all, there will be public consultation through the Broadway plan, leading to a report back to council this summer. That's good. That's not that long away. I think there is a huge amount of interest in that, and it's an incredible part of our city. And when we are in these times, COVID times, that where there are a lot of stresses on everyone, I think the arts and culture sector is indispensable to our well-being. So super happy to hear that. Also very happy that staff did prepare and present to us the shadow studies for Second Avenue. There's obviously there is concern if you change the zoning, what are the impacts, especially if you want to make it a great street and you want to have the pedestrian use. I remember during the Olympics, actually, that was the first time I really spent time on West Second, because I went to, actually, I'll be honest, I went to every bar that I possibly could that had a nice big screen, and there was some on Second Avenue that could show some facet of the Olympics. It was a great time to really explore our city. Um, and it's the first time I really realized that this is it's a major street and a thoroughfare for cars, but the vibrancy of that street since 2010 has only been increasing every year, and I can see the the real need for these changes in zoning, and the diligence of staff in terms of the design of the buildings, the sculpting of the buildings in order to minimize the shadows on that north side of Second Avenue. So we'll be supporting this.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hardwick, please go ahead.
Okay. Quick starts during a pandemic when things are changing radically. I have problems with that just on a very basic level. It does not make sense to be rushing this through, and it will have an impact. Now, I know this area like the back of my hand. This has been an area I've had multiple production offices in, and in the film and television industry over many years, and having worked in all of the industries that are being quoted here as being likely tenants going into this new space, these are not these are not companies that are looking to spend a lot of money, which is why I asked the questions that I did earlier of one of the speakers. The economics of this just don't work. So where's this business coming from? A lot of it's coming, the film and television industry stuff is coming up from the States, as it always has. And it's here because we've got a dollar that's under 80 cents, and we have tax credits that are supporting most of this development. The reason they're coming here is because it's cheaper. They're not coming here so they can spend more money to get into what is glorified office space. Because forgive me, you're talking about taking land out of industrial use and going up 6 stories, or sorry, going up to 6 FSR in this. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but it's still office space. The fact is that we do our work now, whether it's in front of a computer or we do need some space for green screen and other broader stuff. But the reality is what you're talking about here is densifying industrial land, taking it out of industrial use and calling it, what was the word that was modernizing? Yes, modernizing it, when all you're really doing is building office space and calling it modernizing because of because you're attributing the film and television and digital media industries to it. So forgive me, I don't buy it. And I will call a spade on this if, or I've got to find another phrase to describe what is happening here. So I know we get all excited when we hear about we're going to make it a great street and we're, you know, all of this rhetoric that is designed to get us excited about this. But the stark reality here is that this land is going to be removed from, you can call it traditional industrial use. It is going to be densified into what amount to office buildings, and we're just calling it industrial or modernizing because we're going to put some different industries in it, but it's still for all intents and purposes is the same thing. So it's really hard for me to support this because I'm very concerned that it's really not taking into consideration the larger issues that we have to concern ourselves with, which are economic diversification. And I do agree that that economic diversification will be in the knowledge-based and creative industries without a doubt. But that doesn't change the fact that we need to retain the very limited industrial land base that we have. We're not going to get any more of it. You know, once it's gone, it's gone. So I was interested in one of the slides that Mr. Bohas put up that showed the way that the urban design had been conceived of coming off of Falls Creek South there through Olympic Village and across 2nd Avenue. And the intent was that the high point was supposed to be on the north side of 2nd Avenue, and that it was supposed to be reduced into the last vestiges of our industrial land that we have in there in the space that we're discussing today. So, you know, I'm concerned that we're really, again, pushing something through as a quick start in the middle of a pandemic, which will have a major change without proper public consultation, loss of industrial land, disguised as office space, which is ultimately not going to be affordable to the arts and all of the organizations that council is so keen to support. So there's the paradox, folks. We're going to create a bunch of space that the targeted sectors that you're looking to serve will not be able to afford to go in there. So I'm just calling it as I see it, and I'm going to oppose it on that basis. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And seeing no other councillors, say this slowly just in case, on the queue for any final comments. That does conclude this item, and I'm going to take us to a vote. So if we can have a voting panel, Madam Clerk, please. Madam Clerk, do we have the vote complete? And my screen keeps going on and off, so if needed, I'll take a vote assistant.
Point of privilege?
Yes, Councillor DiGenova?
Thanks. I think I just keep getting muted, and I try not to double mute here. If I could please vote in favor?
Yes, absolutely. And Madam Clerk, when you're ready, can we have the vote results, please? Okay, that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So Council, I think we're going to take a 5-minute break to allow staff to reset for item 2 and for the mayor to take over the chair. So we will be back at 8:45. Thanks.
we're ready to start. It's 8:45. I'm just looking. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 of us. I might just wait for a second till we have quorum.
Yep, I'm back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 6. Great. Okay, Council, it looks like we have quorum. Thanks to Councillor Kirby-Young for chairing. It's delayed a little at the police board this afternoon and ready to get on with item number 2. Employment lands and economy review quick start actions, downtown east side / Oppenheimer district official development plan text amendment. And just wondering before we start if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest. Don't hear anybody. So I'm going to ask the clerk to now read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is
And
an
just so we know, there are no speakers currently registered for this item. Please go ahead, clerks.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to amend the Downtown East Side Oppenheimer District Official Development Plan to allow additional flexibility in community serving uses for storefront spaces at grade in the Downtown East Side. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 1 piece of correspondence in support and 2 pieces of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 3 p.m. today.
Great, thanks so much. So if anybody would like to participate in this item, anybody from the public, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445 hashtag to get on the list. We have Tom Wanklin, who's the senior planner for the Downtown East Side Community Planning, on the phone to present the application. Able to waive the application because there's no speakers unless somebody would like to see it. Anybody, councillors, like to see it? Sorry, I can't see your hands, so if you could just let me know verbally.
I will pause long enough, but I'm willing to move to waive it if there are no speakers.
Tom, how long is a report?
We actually just, you don't have the floor, Councillor Weeb, so just asking if anybody would like to see the presentation. I don't hear, okay, so I'll just move directly to questions to staff. Any questions to staff? I have Councillor Fry on, that might be left over, but I'll ask Councillor Fry.
That's a holdover, Mayor. That's a
okay.
holdover.
Councillor Dominato, do you have any questions to staff? Might be a holdover. Holdover, Councillor Dominato, for questions to staff on this item.
That is a holdover, thanks.
Okay, thanks. I don't see, Councillor Weep, do you have questions?
Yeah, my first question is, I really appreciate the report. I think this is a great initiative. What were some of the things that we might be looking for in the future that weren't able to get in this report to be able to activate as much commercial space that's vacant that we thought weren't ready to come in this report, but maybe something that we could see coming up in the future?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's Tom Wanklin, Senior Planner, Downtown East Side. Yeah, thanks very much for your question. We are very mindful of the fact that by the broadening the opportunity for different uses that are community and local serving would result, for example, in an opportunity for landlords and business owners to choose to ask to be able to allow educational, school training facilities, cultural arts, and theater and studios, and well-being and healing and social services, which are at the moment discouraged from, occupying ground floor spaces in the downtown east side.
Okay, and then how is this work related with the development and permit, recognizing sometimes the difficulty with change of use
Yes.
regulations?
Yes, we've worked with the Department of DBL and the development planners who process the applications for permits for change of use. And what they are finding is that very often there are similar use types which are compatible with retail, which can still be permitted without a major change of use, renovation of space or code upgrade. And those are more successful than a radical change. For example, if you start moving towards, installing a restaurant, that is a far more expensive and a far larger change of use.
Okay, so we don't see that the change of use regulations will make a large barrier for property owners or businesses to move with some of the new recommendations that have been brought forward today.
It depends. It really depends on the uses that they bring forward. But what we are asking council to look at is allowing for the local serving educational, cultural, local economic, health, and social service type uses. At the moment, it's restricted, very much more restricted to retail, legal offices, and social activities, social services. And we'd like that broadened a little bit to serve the needs of the people and also allow for landlords to be able to actually tenant their spaces, which at the moment they cannot do because of the restriction to retail continuity.
All right, thank you so much for this work.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. I think that's it for questions on the question queue.
I'd be happy to move the report then.
I just have to call from the public, but we'll be able to get to the moving in a second. So clerks, I'm going to make my first call then, 1-833-353-8610, participant code 1061445 hashtag to get on the list. I'm going to check with the clerks if there's anybody on the line.
Mayor Stewart, there is no one on the line at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have a second call then, 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445 pound to get on the line. And just going to check again, clerks, if there's anybody there.
I'm just getting a message. We don't have anybody at the moment.
Okay. Thanks so much. Then I'll do the third call. The number has been tweeted out and available on live stream, and it's 8:53 cancel. We will give 5 minutes just for people to have a chance to phone in. So we'll come back at 8:58.
Mayor Stewart, it is the clerk here. We're just double checking. Okay, we have no speakers, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, great. So we're going to close the speakers list as we've received no or a few public comments after 5 p.m. today. We're going to close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments and to ask questions of staff, make a decision. Staff, any closing comments?
Mayor, just to say, it's Tom Wanklin here.
Yes.
Just to say that the occupation of, or the activation of ground floor spaces are a critical need. Downtown East Side on Hastings and Powell are running at about 30% vacancy compared to 10% in the rest of the city. And we believe this is very important, along with the special enterprise program that council approved on Tuesday. These are efforts to really change things and help turn things around.
Thank you so much. I think I have Councillor Kirby-Young on the line for questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah,
questions of staff. Yep.
Yeah, thanks very much. I have a question, if staff can give me an example, and it relates to looking at the staff presentation and the proposed action of updating the types of uses listed in the exception clause, and there's a description here of educational, cultural, health, social, recreational, or local economic development. Can you give me an example specifically of social or recreational, like a tangible example of what might be an organization or a service or a business going in there that would fall under those categories?
We heard on Tuesday night, one of the callers was speaking about the urgent need for respite, safe spaces like lounges, for example, which could provide reading room facilities, support and access to amenities and, washrooms for people to come off the street and have safe spaces.
So could almost like a lounge?
Almost like a lounge. There have been other considerations around recreational activities that nonprofit associations could use these spaces for amenity purposes, for training and for relaxation and for social gathering.
Okay, and presumably they would be subject to any other existing regulations, such as, for example, cannabis moratorium, use of liquor, anything related to that would still be subject to other regulations. Is that correct?
Those regulations remain in place, as would the permitting of assembly places, in the same way.
Okay. Then economic development, do you care to offer a couple of examples there? I always find it really helpful to make it tangible.
Yeah, not at all. Yes, local economic development needs, we see demand from the co-ops in crafts, in small cottage manufacturing, sewing, creating small food outlets to serve the local community, not big commissary kitchens, but this is more at a local community scale.
Okay, so it could include things like, so we've seen increased demand, obviously, for sort of meal delivery or food preparation, but there would still be additional guidelines that would have to be considered, with respect to food safety, that type of thing, right? Like you could simply open a commissary kitchen, for example.
No, nothing is simply just to open. Everybody would have to comply with the permits and the guidelines that are in place today.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there if that's helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from councillors, so I can ask for somebody to move their recommendation in the report.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Weep.
Second.
Thank you. I heard Councillor Dominato second. I'll just move to the main queue. If anybody would like to speak to this, please put yourself on. Councillor Weep, up to 5 minutes for debate and decision.
Yeah, I just want to support this work. I'm really appreciating the Vancouver plan starting to come back with action items and starting to see some of the hard work start to make some deliverables, recognizing that empty storefronts at 30% can really be detrimental to neighboring businesses, and the importance of us getting some of those doors open to ensure not only there's eyes on the street and safety, but we can start to meet some of the needs in the neighborhood. So really supportive of this work, and thanks for staff for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I really support this too. I really hope that it means that some of those spaces can open so that low-income people will have a place to be. They desperately need one, especially during COVID, and a place to get warm, place to sit down, place to make food, all those kinds of things. I hope that can happen out of this. That's it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Swanson. I'm just looking here. Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Yeah, and just also happy to support this as Mr. Wanklin was speaking, and of course, Councillor Swanson were speaking. I was reminded of the work that we did collectively on the Downtown Eastside Local Area Plan, and so many of these activations were sort of contemplated then, and it's great to see that we're really finally moving forward to recognize that these empty spaces could be so much better purposed. And as we discussed the other day, there are a lot of opportunities that we could see them better used in the downtown east side, and social enterprises and the like are critically important to alleviating some of the challenges that we see right now and today in the downtown east side. So happy to support this and appreciative of the work.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we'll move to a vote. Clerks can pull that up. Thanks very much. Just waiting for Councillor Bly. There we go. Okay, that's unanimous. Have the clerks pull that up on screen if you can. Thanks very much, Council, for that. We're going to move to item 3. This is another quick start. And just wondering if anybody wants to declare a conflict of interest, please do that now. If not, I think we can move on and have clerks read the application and summary correspondence.
This is an application by the General Manager, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the zoning and development bylaw to remove certain date and floor area conditions for artist studios in various industrial district schedules. The intent is to remove barriers and enable the creation of new work-only artist studios in industrial areas. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 3 pieces of correspondence in support, and this represents all correspondence received at 3 p.m. today.
Thanks so much. If anybody would like to participate on this item, a member of the public, please call 1-833-353-8610, 106-1445 to get on the list. And the number is available on the live stream and Twitter. We don't have any speakers to this council, so we could waive the presentation. We have Lisa King here to answer questions or show the presentation. Would anybody like to see the presentation?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. I would like to see the presentation.
Okay, let's go ahead. Ms. King, if you wanted to cue that up, and we can take a look.
So I need to share the screen. Hi there, Mr. Mayor. It's Lisa King, just queuing up the presentation.
Great, thanks very much. I'll just let you know when it's available on the public screen, and excuse my puppy there in the background.
Thank you for bearing with us. We're just having a few technical difficulties.
It is up on the public screen now, if that makes any difference.
Oh, okay.
Just not on the WebEx right now.
Oh, because clerks are doing it.
And your mic is live, just in case. Clerks might be able to help you with the WebEx connection.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to need some clerk's assistance. We're having trouble with the permissions to share the presentation.
Okay. Perhaps the clerks can help there.
Mayor Stewart, it is the clerk here. We do have the presentation on the streaming. So if staff would like to proceed, they just need to let us know when to switch the slide.
Does that work for staff?
Yes, that works. Thank you.
Great. Let's go ahead.
Okay. And before I begin, I'll just make sure that everyone can hear me now that we can see the presentation.
Absolutely.
All right. So good evening. My name is Lisa King. I'm a senior planner with the regulations team in wide and regional planning. I have a brief presentation tonight on proposed zoning amendments to remove barriers to new work-only artist studios in industrial areas. Following the presentation, we will provide responses to questions that were provided by council that came after the memo that we provided with responses to questions that we received at referral. Next slide, please. As noted in earlier presentations, the ELER was reported to Council on October 22nd and included a number of quick start actions to respond to immediate needs and opportunities to support businesses, nonprofit organizations, and community well-being. Next slide, please. There were a total of 4 quick start actions put forward through the ELER, which were referred to public hearing on November 24th, 2020. This presentation focuses on zoning and development bylaw amendments to remove barriers to new work-only artist studios in industrial areas. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments stem from the ELER, as well as actions identified in Culture Shift and Making Space for Arts and Culture, the city's 10-year cultural infrastructure plan. The amendments in front of Council today are a quick start that help advance implementation of these plans. Next slide, please. Making Space for Arts and Culture sets out targets for 800,000 square feet of artists and cultural space over the next 10 years, as well as a no net loss policy of cultural space. The plan identifies declining stock of workspaces suitable for arts as a major issue facing the arts and culture sector. As documented in Making Space and the Vancouver Eastside Culture Crawl's 2019 report, A City Without Art, there has been a loss of 400,000 square feet of visual art studio space over the past 10 years. This only documents the Eastside catchment of the crawl and does not include music, theater, or dance studios. The focus of the presentation today is on work-only artist studios, which typically exist in older, lower-rent industrial and commercial buildings that can face redevelopment pressures. These types of studios are needed in industrial areas as they allow for a variety of production and permit accessory retail use for artists. Currently, the zoning and development bylaw includes conditions that limit work-only artist studios to buildings that existed prior to a certain date and additions to a maximum of 10% of the existing floor area. As a result, new work-only artist studios cannot be developed in new buildings and are limited to existing buildings. These conditions were originally introduced in the mid-90s when there were concerns about residential units associated with artist studios being used as strata condos. While these measures may have helped mitigate conversion of industrial land for residential use, they have also effectively stopped on-site replacement and needed growth of work-only artist studios. These regulations also no longer align with the goals and targets within Making Space for Arts and Culture. Next slide, please. In response to these issues, the proposed amendments would strike the date and addition conditions for work-only artist studios, which would then allow this use in both existing and new buildings subject to a development permit. These conditions would still be retained for residential units associated with artist studios, which aligns with existing policies to protect and prioritize industrial land for employment uses. This approach also meets the intent of Making Arts and Culture to support artist housing through affordable housing units provided in partnership with the Housing Vancouver strategy in residential areas where artists currently reside. In conclusion, the proposed zoning and development bylaw amendments would create new opportunities for new work-only artist studios by removing existing regulatory barriers. This is a first step towards supporting replacement and growth of work-only artist studios in industrial areas where these types of spaces are much needed. Staff are continuing to address loss and displacement of cultural spaces through implementation of making space for arts and culture. In addition, the ELER also includes emerging directions to support the arts and culture sector. Next slide, please. This concludes my presentation. I will now ask Kristen Lambertson from Arts, Culture and Community Services to respond to the questions that were provided to staff by Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Hello, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Can you hear me?
I can do.
Great. Good evening. My name is Kristen Lambertson. I'm a planner with Cultural Services in ACCS. So as noted, I will read out a few of the questions and answer them. Number one, is the policy for existing live-work spaces that retail is allowed, as it is in work-only spaces? So the answer is, the zoning and development bylaw has two options for artist live-work spaces. Number one, residential units associated with artist studios, and two, live-work use, which also includes other eligible uses such as office. As per the artist studio guidelines, the former does not allow walk-in trade, while the latter, live-work use, does. There are also differing building bylaw requirements. Residential units associated with artist studios are considered a residential occupancy, while live-work use must meet both residential and work use requirements. Second question, so if not, following on the last one, question, is there a way to add an amendment to this report to ask staff to explore allowing retail in new and existing live artist studios in industrial areas? The change in this report is very specific to allowing new work-only artist studios in industrial zones, which is a critical first step to ensure replacement and new studios are an allowed use. So for example, when a new development for the Glass Onion studio in Strathcona came forward, at that time, there was an inability to replace the existing studio space because new studios were not permitted. Moving forward, as we implement Making Space for Arts and Culture and ELER actions, staff are committed to continuing to remove regulatory barriers. Building upon changes in 2017 that allowed for retail in work-only studios, staff plan to include artists in the home-based businesses, also known as homecraft, modernization work identified in ELER. So hopefully this will move towards resolving the issues you have identified, including these activities in residential units associated with artist studios. This work is currently being scoped through the Vancouver plan. The last question, does the city have tools to protect new and existing live-work artist studios in industrial areas from being used solely for living or residential? What I keep hearing is that many of these precious and limited spaces are being used by non-artists, despite being zoned industrial, further limited access for artists to live-work spaces. Unfortunately, the zoning policy for live-work use was put into place in the early 90s, mainly in the IC industrial zone above Great Northern Way, east of Maine, and is no longer a strategy that staff support. As they are market strata projects, these units are not affordable, do not provide a long-term benefit, and there are no mechanisms to monitor or restrict ownership and use. For this reason, the city is continuing to restrict new live-work artist studios to only a few industrial zones for which strata live-work is already permitted. To address the need for artist housing, the city has 10-year targets outlined in Making Space for Arts and Culture to secure 400 units of affordable housing in partnership with the Housing Vancouver strategy with associated production space. Our goal is affordable rental units operated by local nonprofit arts and culture organizations and regulated for use by artists. For example, later this year, 30 units of social housing, along with 4,000 square feet of production space, will be opened up at Main and 2nd, jointly operated by Community Land Trust and BC Artscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, you're on the queue for questions to staff, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'm pleased that some of the questions that I had were addressed there. Just for a little bit of background, I was involved in the 1990s in trying to get live workspace going around film and television and what we'd consider now animation and digital media studio, and ran into a lot of problems back at that time trying to introduce this housing form. I'm sensitive to the criticisms around it, including that it be used just for housing and not, for the real live work uh, as intended. I am interested in understanding how that's going to be enforced. You touched on that briefly. Can you tell me how we can enforce ensuring that these developments not just become strictly for living and are in the intended use?
Over to staff.
How do we enforce it?
You might be on mute.
Hi, Councillor Hardwick. It's Lisa King speaking. So I can speak to current enforcement. Currently, enforcement is on a complaint basis. So if a use is not being conducted as per the zoning and development bylaw, and a complaint is made, then our property use and inspection group would follow up on that.
Okay, good to know. Then again, the concern is always there about the impact on other industrial uses. How are you balancing that between the desire for live work and other industrial uses without further eroding the ability to do actual industrial use?
Hello, Councillor Hardwick, Sean Martinez, Citywide and Regional Planning. Currently, the artist studio are not included in the base base uses in the industrial density in our industrial land. So they would go up above in the non-industrial uses that are allowed within the industrial. We are working on further analysis for as part of the Employment, Lands and Economy Review Emerging Direction.
Okay, well,
I can just add something here to clarify.
Yes,
This
please.
is Kristen. So the changes here are to allow new work-only studios. We are not changing anything to allow for for new live-work studios. We are allowing live-work that already pre-exists, but not, the recommendations are to recommend and allow for new work-only studios.
But the work only will not
They are not
take
for
away
living.
from the, no, but it won't take away from other industrial uses. My final question is about land lift concerns. Again, the reason that artists are looking for cheap space. Again, the industries that I've worked in for most of my adult life, we're always trying to find the cheapest, best deal that we can to do our work. How is this going to be affordable, given what could have, some land lift and gentrification implications?
Hi, this is Kristen again. Indeed, affordability is a key concern for artists, and it's a competitive market out there. And we've definitely heard in not only our Making Space work, but also the Eastside Cultural Crawl has pointed out affordability is an issue. So working on past motion put forth with council, we're doing some work with the crawl, investigating cultural districts, as well as securing production spaces with local nonprofits as well.
Okay, that kind of answers the question. I remain concerned about gentrification, being that there's, again, so little land or so little workspace left for people in the city in this typology. But I get what you're saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it for questions on this queue. There are no There were no speakers in the list. If you want to get on the list, I'll do my first call now. It's 1-833-353-8610, code 106-1445 # to get on the list. And I'll just check with clerks on this first call. Is there anybody on the line, clerks?
It is the clerk here. No.
Okay, try the second time. The number is on Twitter and available on live stream. This is the second call for anybody like to speak to this item. Clerks, is there anybody there?
Just checking. No.
Okay, and this is my third and final call, 1-833-353-8610, code 106-1445 # to get on the list. And council, we're at 9:23. We'll come back at 9:28 to finish this item. Thanks so much. We'll see you in 5. anybody's called in.
Mayor Stewart, the clerk here. I'm just checking to make sure you have quorum as well. Yes, it appears you do. The we have one person on the line.
Okay, great. If that person could just let me know their name, and if they're a resident of Vancouver, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Hello, yes, my name is Anastasia Gerlach. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm currently living in a live-work artist space, one of the very few of its kind. Oops, I think I need to mute my...
Mayor Stewart, the clerk here. I'm just
Sorry,
checking
let me
to
mute
make
that.
sure.
Okay, got it.
There we go.
Sorry
Thanks.
about that.
No problem.
Okay. So thank you. I've been listening all along, and I'm excited about these ideas. It seems like they have a lot of work to do, providing the amendment is passed to allow retail in the existing and new proposed artist studios. But I would like to iterate that affordability is very important. I think that's priority. And it seems like there's a little bit of confusion around that. If they want to use existing nonprofit associations to house and monitor those, then where is that going to be created from?
Okay. Again, with this part of the public hearing, we don't answer questions. We're hearing a statement from you. So that's the way this works. And councillors will ask staff questions after they hear from you, or ask you questions. But at this point, we don't. It's just up to you to feed to us.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. I'm new to this whole process.
No, that's good. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thank you. So I once again, then I'll just say that affordability is premium for artists to be able to operate, and having that ability to trade their work from their place of business, because having more than one place to do that is kind of out of the question. So they need to be together. And I think I would like to push for in future, just while I have your ears, that live work is quite important. And some of the current live work situations are not being well monitored and are unaffordable to artists who've been working here for decades. That's all.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I don't see anybody in the queue to ask you questions, so well, thank you so much for your input this evening.
Thank you. I felt there should be one artist calling in, and the more public information we can have stating when these things happen, that is really helpful.
Great. Okay. Thanks so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Right. So, clerks, I'll just check and see if anybody else is on the line.
Mayor Stewart, the clerk here, and no one else on the line.
Okay, so we're going to close the speakers list and going to close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments or any questions. Staff have any closing comments?
Mayor and Council, it's Chris Robertson, Assistant Director of Citywide and Regional Planning. I just want to add that the work in front of you today is a first step, and there is more work that will be done to address some of the concerns you've heard tonight, and then some of the questions that we received from Council. So this is a first step. We're seeing it as a good first quick start, and look forward to doing additional work to ensure we have space for artists.
Great, thanks so much. If staff would, council would like to ask questions of staff, this is time to do it. If not, I don't see anybody on the queue.
Mayor Stewart, I'm happy to move
I'll
the
move.
recommendations. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks. I heard Councillor Kirby-Young first. Councillor Hardwick, you second it?
Happy to.
Thanks very much. Move us over to the main queue. If there's any debate about this, please put yourself on the queue. If not, I will call the vote. Don't see anybody on the queue, clerk, so please let's vote. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle. There we go. Great. If clerks could pull that up, that is unanimous. Thanks so much, staff, for all that work. And we're going to move on to our fourth and final item. Council, just so you know, if we don't get through this item this evening, our backup date is January 28th at 6 p.m. So this is another Employment Lands quick start, and just ask anybody to declare a conflict of interest now if you have one. I don't hear one, so I get the clerk to read the application and summary correspondence.
This is an application by the General Manager, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the zoning and development bylaw to reduce restrictions for small neighborhood grocery stores, including removing date restrictions that prevent new business, updating residential uses associated with neighborhood grocery stores, and amending all residential district schedules with the exception of RA1 and FM1 to ensure that neighborhood grocery store is a permitted use. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 10 pieces of correspondence in support and 2 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and this represents all correspondence received as up to 3 p.m. today.
Thank you so much. If anybody would like to participate in this, 1-833-353-8610, code 106-1445, hashtag is how to get on. And let's see, I'm just checking through the list here, Council. We have 2 speakers here, so let's go to the staff presentation and move forward on that. Sorry, I'm just gonna pull my script back up here. We have Andrew Pask, planner for the community planning, who's here, and with 24 slides. So whenever you're ready, we can go ahead. Okay, I've just been informed by the clerk that both speakers have withdrawn. So council, we have, just to let you know, we have 25 minutes left. We could still waive the presentation if that's, so would anybody like to see the presentation?
I'm sorry, I really want to see the
That's
presentation.
fine. It's totally all right, Councillor Hardwick. So let's go ahead with the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and members of council. Andrew Pask, community planning, urban design and sustainability. Can I just confirm that you can hear me okay?
We absolutely can, and your presentation's on the public screen.
Marvelous, thank you very much. I'm just going to advance through the first few slides, which are background for the ELER initiative. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present this evening on some proposed zoning and development amendments to support neighborhood grocery stores. I don't think I need to do too much background on what neighborhood grocery stores are and the importance that they play in our city. They're well-cherished institutions, strong components of neighborhood identity, very valuable entrepreneurial space, and really a significant player in our ability to create and foster complete neighborhoods with providing the ability to ensure people can access daily and weekly needs. The general overview and objectives that we're trying to advance with this particular initiative relate to the idea of modernizing some regulations related to these stores. And sort of the 2 sides of the effort here are about supporting existing stores and reducing risk associated with prolonged closure of stores, and also enabling new stores to open up under this neighborhood grocery store category. In addition to that, this is about advancing council-approved policies and motions related to the climate emergency, food-friendly neighborhoods, local serving retail, economic recovery. And this is citywide policy, but this is also some of our neighborhood scale policy. When we were working on the Grandview Woodland Plan, small scale retail like this was a very big issue. And so it's at various scales. And then lastly, it's about supporting complete neighborhoods and undertaking further work as part of the Vancouver Plan activities. I will just note, though, that there's a lot in the neighborhood grocery store and small scale commercial issue. And tonight's presentation is really about the very initial steps to support corner stores and other small scale commercial enterprise. We are going to be looking at a number of specific recommendations that we're asking you to consider this evening that require council decision around amendments to the zoning and development bylaw to remove some specific language around date requirements to add some additional mechanisms to support the review of these stores. I'll get into more detail about that. We're looking to make sure that all of the district schedules have neighborhood grocery stores included as an allowable use, and also to streamline some associated dwelling allowances with these stores. And then we would like to also provide just a very brief overview of some of the next steps for your information this evening. I mentioned that there was a fair bit of policy behind this. I won't go through this again, but suffice to say, as far back as 2013, sort of recent work on that. It does go back even further, and I'll get into some of the policy history in a moment. And then there are a number of recent motions, including the council motion of June 24th around corner stores and food-friendly neighborhoods, and a supplemental motion more recently in October with the Vancouver plan. I do want to just alert you to some significant points around terminology here. We talk often about corner stores. In the presentation this evening, I just want to alert you to the fact that corner stores are not always the same thing under the regulations that we have in the city. We have some that are conforming uses, the neighborhood grocery store businesses operating as grocery stores in residential zones. We have a number of uses that look like corner stores in residential zones, but are actually non-conforming because they're not selling groceries or sundries. We do have small corner stores that exist as standalones in commercially zoned areas, and we do have a number of sites that look like corner stores because they once were, but no longer are. And so this evening, we're just focusing on that first category there, the neighborhood grocery store in residential zones. The timeline behind these, just very briefly, late 19th century, early 20th century, there wasn't really a lot of restriction on how stores and retail commercial could locate, so they could open up in a number of different places, and they often followed a very organic development pattern in the city, springing up all over the place, really to meet daily and weekly needs in an era before the automobile. By the time the Bartholomew Plan came around in 1929, you started to see the sort of genesis of change. There was a very sort of, shall we say, modernist effort to separate different types of land use. And under the Bartholomew Plan, there was a real concerted effort to try and separate commercial and residential uses. And Bartholomew himself had some rather strong words around this sort of sprinkling of stores promiscuously through neighborhoods, not particularly keen on the idea. And so the initial efforts with zoning really tried to reduce the number of these stores, which has had lasting implications ever since. From 1930 onward, we really saw a fairly steady decline in the number of stores that existed. High point of about 260 in the 1920s to about 105 in the 1970s, so about a 60% reduction there. This did cause concern, and back in the 1980s, there was some effort to try and arrest this decline. And the neighborhood grocery store category was introduced as an allowable use, which did serve to protect some of these stores. And the definition has been updated at least once, and then since then in 2016. But where we are now is that the numbers are still indicating that decline, although there is some stabilization there. We have about 88 small-scale neighborhood commercial businesses. That's sort of the broad category of businesses in residential zones, and of those, about 34 are neighborhood grocery stores, with a number of them with associated residential uses. There are also a number of sites that still exist as deactivated sites, which I'll refer to a little bit later on. The distribution broadly, small-scale neighborhood commercial can be found in all sorts of neighborhoods in the city, but there is a preponderance of these in the northeast, Strathcona, Grandview, Woodland, and Mount Pleasant. If you focus in on the neighborhood grocery stores themselves, you see less of them there. Strathcona West End has a number of them, Mount Pleasant and Grand Woodland that exist there. And I'll just call out some great work from our Green City scholar, Jacqueline Hunter, and following on some earlier work by another student, Sarah Cullingham, Marga Passis, and John Atkin, the local historian, who really helped us with the process of unearthing some of the historical uses and also tracking down all of the current ones. So just bringing things forward to 1980, there was an effort to try and save the neighborhood grocery stores. A definition was created that focused on this use. And one of the hallmarks of this definition is it said that, yes, let's try and save all of the existing stores, but we're going to require them to be existing as of July 29th, 1980. And so what that effectively is that any stores that were in existence at that point in time were okay, but no new stores could be allowed under that process. And that's pretty much been the main constraint on businesses ever since, which is why we've seen some that have closed for prolonged periods of time remain closed. Because essentially once the door is shut for any sort of prolonged period of time, it becomes very, very difficult to reopen them. And even though there was some effort to update the definitions in 2016, that date constraint has remained in place. And so that's one of the things that we'd like to address today. And really, the identified challenges that we are hoping for your guidance on relate to that date limitation. It poses increased risk for neighborhood grocery stores. It does prevent any new neighborhood grocery store sites from opening, which was an area of concern under the council motion I mentioned earlier. There is, in our efforts to sort of explore this further, we realize that the district schedules are a little bit inconsistent in their presentation of neighborhood grocery stores as an allowable use. So we're trying to do a bit of housekeeping there. And thirdly, the associated dwelling options with neighborhood grocery stores are out of sync with other updates to residential allowances in the zones. And so the effort is intended to try and to streamline those somewhat. So the first recommendation really is to just strike the words existing as of from the grocery store. And what that will effectively do by taking that language out is enable it as a use with no constraints. So new stores can open, and if stores are closed for prolonged periods of time, they can also reopen. So it reduces the risk there. One of the questions that was posed at referral is, will this result in a sort of an influx of new neighborhood grocery stores? And based on our analysis, our discussions with real estate and assessment of land economics, this is very unlikely. And one of the reasons is we're not going to be offering any other changes in the zoning right now. So really what you get in an existing zone in terms of setbacks and everything else, it's what you have to work with. And the third thing is that residential uses almost inevitably outcompete commercial ones. And so by way of giving you a proxy, the C1 commercial zone, in the last 10 years or so, we've seen probably 4 or 5 developments coming through applications. So a very small number relative to other allowances. So we don't think that there's going to be a big issue. And if anything, some of those deactivated sites may be the obvious choices. We have received some inquiries about those over the years. We do think as an additional mechanism, just in case there are new applications, that adding some additional language to the additional regulation section of the zoning and development bylaw would be helpful. And so we're proposing an additional subsection here that would allow staff to review proposed delivery, loading, and goods movement. That's really to try and address some of the concerns that we do hear in other commercial areas around when people are delivering goods and, you know, is there noise or what time of day is it, so on and so forth. The next recommendation we're looking for your guidance on is the idea of affirming neighborhood grocery stores as an allowable use. Right now, the definition and the additional regulations say that they are allowed in every residential zone. That includes RS zones, RT, RM, and FM and RA1. The zoning, sorry, it does not include FM1. We're trying to make sure that in this recommendation, some of the residential zones that should have the neighborhood grocery store use listed actually do, and there's about 5 of them as listed there where it's not included. And so we're just going to do some housekeeping to add that use to those zones. The third recommendation that we're asking for your consideration on is to look at the dwelling uses associated with them. Right now, if you look at the RS, RT, and RM zones, there are a total of 6 different ways that residential uses are listed for neighborhood grocery stores. We are suggesting that that be streamlined so that rather than have, residential unit or residential units up to a maximum of 2, we take out the additional language and we just make it dwelling units in conjunction with the neighborhood grocery store. And what this will do is it will mean that the associated residential uses are going to be governed primarily by the other elements of the district schedule. So if you're in a duplex zone, for example, and you can have 2 duplex units and a lock-off suite, then if you have a neighborhood grocery store in that zone, you can have a neighborhood grocery store and the 2 units and the lock-off suite. So you're not going to be constrained just to have 1 or 2 units. You're going to be able to access the other residential allowances in that district schedule. And that will allow some additional flexibility for business owners or property owners who may wish to support them. One of the questions that was posed during the referral was, is this going to allow apartments to be built in these zones? And the answer is no. The overall provisions of a given zone remain the same. There are no additional allowances in time for commercial use at all. So it's basically what you see in the zone is what you get. So those are the recommendations. As I said, just wanted to give you a brief update as well for information for the next steps. These are very early steps, quick steps as noted. We do recognize there's a need to do some more work on this. We are looking to test changes to the neighborhood grocery store definition, explore other opportunities for the broader array of small-scale commercial uses, look at the opportunity for supporting social and cultural uses, try to review a little bit more closely the deactivated sites that exist and see if there are any opportunities for them, and look at other policy zoning and licensing changes. That's sort of our next phase of activity, which we think will be taking place over the next 6 months or so. And then beyond that, we want to look at some opportunities to explore new building and program typologies. And that's a bigger effort as part of the Complete Neighborhoods program and the Vancouver plan. Could involve things like public space, placemaking, new building typologies, or other program or regulatory changes. And I just want to underscore here, this is absolutely something that will involve public engagement, stakeholder engagement. We want to talk further with the property and business owners and the community at large. And of course, make use of council expertise per the October 6 motion, because we know this is a topic of interest for many councils. So with that, just to recap the recommendations, I've got them on screen here. Thank you for this opportunity to present, and I'm happy to answer any questions this evening. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Just before we move to questions, Council, we're drawing to 10 o'clock. I've talked to the clerk and we have 2 options for this item. If we don't close the speakers list, we have to go to the January 28th at 6 p.m. where we'd reopen the whole public hearing. If we do close the speakers list, and again, I'll remind you that there are no speakers currently listed for this, we could move this to February 9th and do it at the next council meeting. So because there's 2 councillors on the list for questions, and I also have to call 3 times for speakers, we'd have to extend past 10 o'clock to
motion to extend.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. We'll do yays and nays. All in favor of extending, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Any nays? Great. Okay, thanks very much, Council. We've extended. And we can move on with questions. We have Councillor Fry on the list. This is questions to staff, of course.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I'm actually going to just wrap some of my closing into this as well, knowing that we're running late in the day. Appreciate the work that's gone into this, and I'm blessed to live in one of the great things about living in Strathcona is, of course, the abundance of neighborhood grocery stores that we have, and it really improves the sort of dynamic nature of the neighborhood and opportunities for complete communities. One of the things that is kind of a hallmark of that, and I appreciate that this is a broad stroke kind of approach that we're taking now, but there's a lot of non-conforming use, stuff that just simply wouldn't fly under today's not just zoning, but actual building bylaws and accessibility and stuff. I guess for Mr. Pask, does this work contemplate special sort of non-conforming uses in the building bylaw, and how we can sort of replicate some of those former styles that wouldn't really work today?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Frog. A couple of things to note on that. You're absolutely right. Some of the buildings that we're looking at here date about 100 years old. There are a number of different typologies. So part of what we're looking at right now is, as our next phase of activity, some opportunity to look at new typologies and the types of buildings that can support a broad array of needs, including the possibility of small-scale commercial uses. But that would be modernized in the sense that they would meet the building code. So that's one half of the answer. The other thing to note is that as part of the existing buildings here, some of the other opportunities that we need to explore more closely is the opportunity to consider heritage incentives. And the heritage stream under the building code does allow for some different considerations. Now we're not discussing that in today's forum. This is work that we need to do as part of our next stage of activities. But I just wanted to alert you to the fact that the question kind of depends a bit if we're talking about the existing buildings or the new ones that might be considered as part of any new developments.
Yeah, and I guess further to that, and this is a weird admission, but I very almost bought a store with the intention of living in it and having a store. And what became immediately apparent, though, is that insurance gets in the way, and insurance does not like these sort of non-conforming uses. Have there been conversations with the insurance industry about what this might look like?
Not at this stage, but we do recognize that is definitely a stakeholder group that needs to be talked to as part of this. The overall goal, the objective with this is to try and figure out as many different ways as we can to support business owners and property owners, and to find the right place for conforming and non-conforming businesses as part of the overall efforts around complete neighborhoods. So there are more conversations to be had to try and answer some of those questions.
Well, I appreciate this work, and this is a quick start, and I'll be happily supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, 2-5.
Great, thanks very much. You mentioned consultation with the public and stakeholders. You didn't. Are you including BIAs in there? It seems to me that they would be very specifically involved in this. Have you consulted at all with the BIAs?
Not broadly at this point, but absolutely. We think this is an initiative of importance and also interest to a broad array of stakeholders. The conversations, I will say, with the BIAs to date have been fairly limited, and in this sense, I'm referring to the work that we did in Grandview Woodland, shared our policy ideas and considerations there. But the broader conversation with the BIAs needs to happen as part of the next step.
What are the maximum scenarios in terms of floor plate and ceiling height for any kind of new considerations? Can you comment on the physical space?
Not on the new considerations, because that's something we have yet to do. But right now, under the existing definition of neighborhood grocery stores, I think the maximum is 1,200 square feet. That is, in fact, something that I think is worth probing a little bit further as we look at the future of these types of businesses. That is that is one area where there may be some opportunity to change. You look at corner stores in other cities and other regulations. It can be a bit more than that in terms of the allowable use. So we don't have an answer for that yet. We're not proposing any changes to the allowable square footage at this juncture, though.
In terms of allowable use, these are grocery stores typically. Are you contemplating other kinds of stores in these spaces? Obviously, there would be concerns about putting liquor stores or cannabis stores or vaping stores, things like that, into neighborhoods potentially. So, what about use?
That's a fantastic question. Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things to just note on this one. First, of the broader array of small scale neighborhood commercial businesses we have now, neighborhood grocery stores comprise of about 40% of them. That means 60% of those little corner stores that we like out there that aren't operating under that are non-conforming. So one question we'd like to pose to the public is, do they reflect the types of uses that you think are appropriate in neighborhoods? Should we be looking at allowing other types of small-scale neighborhood uses in addition to neighborhood grocery stores? Another way to tackle the question is, should we be doing more to broaden the definition of neighborhood grocery stores and stuff? So I mentioned the 2016 update. Some of you may remember the story of the Marché Saint-Georges, where the definition that was developed in the 1980s was pretty hard and fast. You have to sell groceries and maybe associated sundries. In 2016, we broadened that to include foods. You can go into those stores now, and some of them will serve you a coffee or a hot chocolate or things like that. So I think a reasonable question to ask is, hey, should you be able to get a glass of wine with your sandwich, or should you be able to get other items as well? There's the neighborhood grocery store definition itself, and then are there other uses too?
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Now, the other thing is we're talking about corner stores. Are we going to keep them on corners? We don't want to be playing whack-a-mole in neighborhoods with locations, presumably. What are your thoughts on that?
Another great question. About 25% of the businesses that are operating now are not on corners. So, that reflects, I guess, the idiosyncrasies of entrepreneurial spirit, if we can call it that. I think that's a question to pose from a business perspective. Obviously, there are reasons why you'd actually want to be located on a corner as opposed to mid-block, but there are also some very successful mid-block stores right now. So I think that's a good question to take out to the public. Should we be having specific locational considerations tied to them, or how does that sort of resonate with public sentiment?
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any other, oops, sorry. Yeah, well, I'm still on. Okay, thanks so much. I don't see any other counselors on the list. So we'll make our first call for public speakers, 1-833-353-8610, 106-1445 # to get on the list. Clerks, have we got anybody on the list?
None.
Thanks. Okay, so we'll do the second call, 1-833-353-8610. That's all on the Twitter and live stream. I gotta check clerks.
Again, none.
Okay, thanks. Third call. Numbers are on the live stream, and it is 10:01. We're going to come back at 10:06 sharp to the last bit on this council. So we'll see you in 5 minutes. is phoned in.
I am just checking.
Thanks.
No, we have no speakers, Mayor Stewart.
Great. Okay, thanks so much. So I'm going to close the speakers list, and we've received little public comment after 5, so we're going to close the public comments. Staff have any closing comments on this matter?
Your worship.
Thanks. Any questions for staff? Councillor Hart. Oh, Councillor Hardwick.
No, I don't have any more questions. I was actually going to move the
Great.
report.
I don't see. Okay. That's moved and seconded. Thank you. If there's any debate, I'll move us over to the main queue. Anybody want to speak to this item? Councillor Hardwick, go ahead, up to 5.
It was particularly interesting for me to get the historical background on this because in 1907, my great-grandfather built a store on the corner of First and Maple, and they lived over the store. My grandmother worked in it from the time she was a kid, and that would have been the original early 20th century corner stores, and this was in Kitsilano. It later became a hippie house and a bit of a drug den, I understand, in the 70s. So would have been one of those ones that was taken down to, and replaced by apartment building in the 80s. So just conscious of the changes that have taken place over time. And I personally lived in a apartment over a pharmacy in a neighborhood once, and so I have had that experience up close and personal. And I've watched them go. One that we talked about recently was Helen's at 6th and U, that we council was concerned about, and broadly, I mean, the ones in the West End, all over town, they've been disappearing. So I think there's a very strong desire to have those there, but we've also seen that the costs associated with running them are prohibitively expensive, and along with many of our mom and pop shops across the city, they've all disappeared. So I'm in favor of whatever we can to do to preserve the ones that are left, but also to enable commercial activity within residential neighborhoods. One of the things that's come out of this pandemic is that people are working remotely more and more, and so the ability to walk to the corner store has become important in ways that were almost forgotten. So I see a lot of positives here in this initiative. I remain, of course, concerned that the devil is in the details. I'd be concerned about seeing this used in an aggressive way that would be detrimental to communities. So I'm going to take staff at their word that there will be thorough public consultation and consultation with BIAs as well. Because, you know, again, the devil is in the details. But on the whole, I think this is a move in the right direction and will support.
Thank you so much. On to Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I want to thank staff for their work on this. I think it was a very clear sort of, easy, quick action to bring forward just because of, I think, the sheer amount of public support. And when I brought this motion forward, I was really glad to see, such enthusiastic support from council, but also from the members of the public. And I spoke with so many people, and everybody had a story about their favorite corner store. They remember the name of it. They remember the name of the people that ran it. They had stories about going there as a kid and being allowed to go on their own. They're places of social connection and gathering. It fits in terms of what we're trying to achieve in Vancouver, of ensuring we have complete communities. And so there's through the aspirational policy piece, in 10 years, if we hope to have 90% of people being able to walk within their neighborhoods, well, if you can't get your daily needs met, sort of in terms of basic food supplies, then we can achieve that. So, there's a bigger policy imperative here, but there's also a really human aspect to it. I was quite pleased to see the letter that came in support from Heritage Vancouver, and I would sort of contrast their sort of the description, I think, from Bartholomew when he described them as promiscuous uses in the residential neighborhoods. And I like this line from the Heritage Vancouver's letter that said, "It is past time to allow these innocuous innocuous, not promiscuous, innocuous additions to our neighborhoods to be included in new buildings, not just letting grandfathered examples remain in operation. And I think that's so critically important of having that locally serving retail. They are evolving now in what they have been, and we've seen, we got a letter in from the federal store, and we've seen others that expressed their support and kind of pleasure that staff are looking to explore the benefits of things like having farm stands, as well as to have a small number of seats, up to 16 seats, I think, outside, so that people could have a cup of coffee or could say hello to a neighbor and gather, because otherwise we live in communities where we don't actually get to connect. And I think we've seen in COVID how critically important that is. There's a policy aspect, there's a human aspect, and a practical one. And so I'm very happy to support it. I realize that there's more work to be done, but I've heard sort of nothing but enthusiasm from members of the public. And I'm really looking forward to doing this work, because it is what city building is. It's about creating community and creating amenities. And that's how livability comes to be. It's not just housing, it's how we bring people together and make them feel part of the neighborhood that they're in. So very happy to support it, and I really appreciate and thank staff for the work.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the main queue, so we can call for a vote on this one. I'll get clerks to queue that.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. Councillor DeGenova, if I could
Yes.
please have a vote in favor.
Great. Okay, I'll get the clerks to mark that. Thanks so much. That has passed unanimously. I'll get the clerks to pull that up on the screen. It's up there. Great. Okay. Well, Council, that brings us to the end of the items this evening. I want to thank Councillor Kirby-Young for taking the tough one, and I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Absolutely. The seconder?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed,
Yay.
nay. Thanks everybody for all your work this week, and thanks to staff at Clerks especially. Okay, we'll see you shortly, I'm sure.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks
Okay,
all.
good night.
Good work,
Jeff.
team.
Goodbye.